God.
And we are live. Right on time.
Green means go.
Oh my. I'll start us off. All right. What's
Sure.
up, everyone? Welcome to TEE TV. I'd like to apologize because this whole time I thought we were live, but we weren't.
Oh.
Yeah, but anywho, my name is Charles, and with me is my good friends Stone and Damian. Everybody say hello to our wonderful viewers.
Okay. Hello. And just to kind of help out here, collaborative effort for the thousands that may watch, after this live show.
Millions.
For the couple of people that are watching right now, let's get ready to suck it. Okay.
What?
Suck the justice. Suck the vigilante justice.
Yeah. What are you doing, cat? But oh man, it's just like we just like yeah. You know, let's not talk about that. We're live now.
Moving on.
Moving on. We're live now. Yeah, we're live. Yeah, we totally haven't been talking this whole time for the past 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, we're late, but what else are you doing? Fuck
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yeah.
If you're watching this show, clearly you got nothing going on. So fuck it.
Exactly.
No. Nothing going. The definition
All right,
of nothing
so
going on, folks.
Where are we starting? We start with
Oh, yeah,
Barry
boys.
or Punisher or what?
We're gonna go theme. We're gonna go theme setting today. Theme, building and setting the foundation of theme. What's our theme today? It's like, well, you look at the Punisher, you look at the remaining Punisher movies, and you look at Barry, and you're like, how do the themes? Well, in my personal opinion, how do they connect? Adaptation, variation, in my opinion. My personal unique opinion, and I feel like it's unique, is that Barry is like a weird, it's like this weird, like almost like weird alternate universe that you know what I'm saying, that basically is opposite of you, in my opinion. It's opposite of that. It's like what Joe was trying. It's like Joe was trying to be. He couldn't because something was really there that was really instilled there, possibly by his mother. Maybe something was also naturally within him that kept bringing him back. There's no matter how hard he tried, it was like he always went back to those things that was just shock and awe, and almost in some ways counterproductive to what he was trying to be, in a way. Barry, on the other hand, it just feels like he was really trying, and it just seemed like a lot of the different factors, some in here, but some around him, was trying to keep him. We're trying to keep him in that same way, in that same mindset, as we realized in the last, as we should have realized in the last two seasons. You realize that Fuchs has been at him, with the assistance of his father ever since he was a little kid. It goes well before. It goes well before he joined the military. So.
This lifelong grooming to become what he eventually becomes.
So yeah, it just seems like at certain points, just like, well, unlike with Joe, where I just knew he was gonna move into certain shit and do shit. It was like you would just hope that Barry wouldn't do those things that would make him do or say those things that would make him look the way that he really didn't want to look, and the way that none of us really wanted, wanted Joe to look. So, wanted Barry to look. And so it was just like, so that's kind of in my own little way where I feel like it's sort of in its own way an adaptation of variation, on this show about a guy with some serious possibly some mental issues, some trauma, some other things, some nurturing, that happened. You know what I'm saying? It certainly was nurturing with Joe, at least eventually. If not, if you don't consider the mother and what she did sort of like nurturing, mentoring in a way that kind of caused this thing, then certainly once he got to the bookstore, you know what I'm saying, owner, he was definitely starting to to be put into a program at which he could kind of, organize that shit. So like that's why I feel like there's a certain variation, much the way Punisher, you know what I'm saying, 1980. Fuck, okay.
9.
Why I was just gonna look right up there at the top. I should have, but see, my mind wants to always remember the shit. And then of course, Punisher Warzone are of course variations. You know what I'm saying? That's because an adaptation, for example, like we were just talking about before we started the show. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty was an adaptation started from a book and things like this. Much the way, great stuff can be adapted from a book, and potentially great things can be adapted into shit from a book, like Shadow and Bone.
Many such cases. Yes, exactly.
Did I say Shadow and Bone? Yeah.
Stone's favorite show of all time.
Absolutely. It's my favorite show. You're talking about fucking the Game of Thrones, and yeah. Oh no, you're talking about Shadow and Bone. Okay, Girl on Fire. Yes. Okay. No,
I don't think you're ever going to let Shadow and Bone go.
I'm just saying.
Even though the guy who made you watch it isn't here anymore.
Wait, Girl on Fire is not Shadow and Bone. That's Hunger Games.
Sure. Yeah. It's just Hunger Games. Nothing in Shadow and Bone looks like the Hunger Games at all. No, not at all. Nothing like that at all. They made the they made the main villain sexy and fuckable. So it was so much different from the Hunger Games. See, there was no way Donald Sutherland was fuckable in that movie. So that's the thing.
Okay, but we're not talking about Shadow and Bone or Hunger Games on this show.
No, of course not. No, we're not. I'm just saying.
Somehow we got to the fuckability of Donald Sutherland.
Why not? They put the British guy up there to make sure, to make sure it was gonna be different. Like, look at this. She wants to fuck. Like, look. Katniss didn't want to fuck Snow. Not really. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she didn't want to fuck him not only if it meant that her people be free, possibly. But no, she didn't really want to fuck him like she was dreaming about him. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that's psychic bonds. It wasn't like they had any psychic bonds. You know what I'm saying? So. Like it's different. It was different is all I'm saying. She wasn't really Katniss. That's what they were trying to tell you.
I love that you're holding on to Shadow and Bone like this, like it's a trauma, this traumatic incident that happened.
No, what's traumatic for him?
Enjoy it to no end.
What's traumatic for him is we have a ghost.
That's not an adaptation.
I think that was more like a road rage incident. you sort of think about it every day. That guy was a fucking piece of shit. But Shadow and Bone is trauma.
And that's way less of an adaptation. More unless you adapted an idea that should have stayed hidden into an idea that obviously should have stayed hidden. Yeah, they adapted that. You know what I'm saying? That was an adaptation. Yeah, like a movie, they adapted an idea that hurt no one into an idea that helped absolutely no one. And almost, and I think, oh my God, could it?
If anything, it took a few steps back.
Could it have hurt Anthony Mackie? Could it have hurt? You know what I'm saying, my man? What the fuck? Why am I forgetting his name right now? Why am I forgetting his name?
Fucking the guy who played the Ghost?
Harbor.
David Harbour?
Yes.
David Harbour.
There you go.
Could it have hurt them in a way? I think there's star power there, you know what I'm saying? He could easily fall back on, you know what I'm saying, on being, you know what I'm saying, on being basically minority Captain America. You know what I'm saying? And then Harbor could also fall back on being Like, damn, he was doing fucking hockey playoffs for the last little while. So I mean, there are things. There are other things that can completely hurt them. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I would just say, like, just I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna end it. I would just say that in succession, in quick succession with, you know what I'm saying, with Deadly or Violent Night. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying, like that was hokey on his own, but then you put that, and then it's like, and then you put in fucking We Have a Ghost. It's like you're playing with, you know what I'm saying. You're still playing with house money, but you're losing it pretty quick. You're going all in almost every goddamn hand. You know what I'm saying? Harvard, just be careful, pal. You don't want to you don't want to get cleaned out on these shitty movies. I'm just saying.
He probably was the best part of that movie, though.
But that's the point. He can't keep being the best part of a movie.
Yeah, when everything else is just
he
terrible.
can't keep being the best part of a movie, and like in the structure of it, it's just like, bro, you can't. You'll get crushed by the weight of that shitty movie trying to carry that. You know what I'm saying? You can't keep doing that shit. No. It'll eventually start to hurt your career. You know what I'm saying? So, but not a problem. But let's talk about some actual adaptations or variations. Anyone have any favorites?
American Psycho, one of the first ones to come to mind.
That was a book. That was a book initially.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's one of my favorite books and movies, and it's a great adaptation. They leave a lot of shit out, but if you were to adapt that book directly, it would end up being, I think Oliver Stone was going to make it. It was going to be like X-rated because that book is something else.
Wow.
Some of the most vile shit ever committed to anything in that book.
There was an adaptation that I'm trying to remember, but I remember really enjoying it, but I can't remember it. Shit. I'm drawing a blank here.
It's no problem.
Yeah, I remember watching it like a long time ago, but I mean, it's just like I was a kid at the time.
No, who's in it?
Shit. I can't even really remember the actors in it either. But I saw it when I was in middle school. I saw it when I was not even in high school. I saw it when I was in middle school. But I remember enjoying the hell out of it. And I know it was an adaptation. It was based off of a book, I want to say. But shit, what was it?
It could have been the greatest song in the world. No.
Yeah, I know.
It's just a tribute.
I know. I'm being terrible at this because we're talking about adaptations here, and I have an adaptation to talk about, but I can't remember the name of the movie. I can't remember who's in the fucking movie. So
it was that thing with that guy that was based on the book by, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Charles has managed to adapt a movie that he really liked very well into a movie that is completely anonymous to even himself.
Yeah, exactly. I am such a terrible person here. It's just like,
no.
Christ.
You're just part of the adapting theme today. You just adapted it into something that you can't remember. But I would say for me, one for me adapted from a book that made a great book that was part of our reading when I was in, I believe, middle school, and ended up being a great movie. Was it a movie? No, it couldn't have been, but it could have been early on. But The Outsiders was, a great adaptation. Truly great.
Heard of, never seen.
All
read.
Had the
but
bulk,
I'm fairly sure you're right. I could swear that's a movie.
Yeah, had the bulk of future Hollywood in that movie. You know what I'm saying? The bulk, at that time, there would be future of Hollywood. I mean, Charles, you know what I'm saying? We're talking
I
about...
remember it now.
We're talking about Sheen, Emilio Estevez.
How could I not remember this movie? I've seen this movie over 100 times. How could I not remember it?
And that is?
The Shadow, starring Alec Baldwin.
Ew. Okay.
Oh, that was like the Wait, was that like the Sin City, like adapted from the Frank Miller thing, like Sin City style ish?
No,
So
the
really
Shadow.
weird.
Or am I? What am I thinking of?
The Shadow was an adaptation, I think, of a comic book that was based off of the old radio dramas from the 1940s.
Okay, like
And it starred Alec Baldwin as Lamont Cranston, also known as the Shadow. I've seen the movie over 100 times over the years. It is easily my favorite adaptation film of any kind. I love that movie to death. Thus, why I've seen it over 100 times.
I would say my
Awesome.
favorite ever is probably, I don't know if you guys have heard of this, Jurassic Park. It's very, like, I think it was an indie movie or something.
Yeah, I know.
But that is probably my favorite of all time.
It
That was
seems
a book?
familiar. It seems
Yeah.
familiar, but I mean, I don't know.
It was.
I might have seen it like a
I own it
long time ago,
somewhere.
but I barely remember it. But no, seriously
Couldn't
though,
imagine reading that.
Jurassic Park never
It was
really
great.
never really did anything for me. It never
Ah, boo, boo.
Enjoyed the visuals. Couldn't imagine reading that though. It's weird. It's like, but I definitely won. You know what I'm saying? But definitely like, but that right. You know what I'm saying? That is kind of odd. I never really thought that Jurassic Park would have been a book. But I mean,
It's a good book too. I've only read a few of Michael Crichton's books, but he does well.
did. Oh,
There's-
but and I don't know if it's based off of an adaptation. I think it might be. Oh, it is based off of an adaptation, but it's not one of my favorites. It is a good movie, but it's not the best movie I've ever watched. It's called The 13th Warrior.
It
It
vaguely rings a bell.
stars Antonio Banderas, which I think is funny because Antonio Banderas is Mexican and he plays an Arab in the movie, which I think is kind of funny. But and then of course he ends up being brought into this band of Vikings, and he helps them fight off against this army of like wild men called the Wendell, and they sort of fight them off, and he helps them fight them off. Basically, it's a good movie. It's a very good movie.
So, a Mexican Arab Viking. So this is a sci-fi movie.
No, it's not.
No?
It's not even really a fantasy movie, but
dear face to that.
the book that it's based off of, I think, is called Eaters of the Dead. I think it's the name of the book.
Well, then, based on what I remember of that movie, disappointing. Oh, overall, now if you don't now based on the title of that movie, Jesus, Eaters of the Dead, like wow, okay, but and then when you leave about that movie, which is not bad, but based on that title, what the hell happened? You know, this is what I'm wondering.
Well, the reason why the book was called Eaters of the Dead is because the Wendell themselves were the Eaters of the Dead.
Yeah,
They would eat their kills.
yeah. I mean, you know, wanted to see that, wanted to see more of that.
Well, I mean,
Eaters of the Dead. It really sounds like a 70s, 80s like exploitation horror movie.
Well, yeah.
Well,
but,
maybe even 60s or 50s, possibly.
But the thing that I loved most about the 13th Warrior, however, is there is a scene that happens like just before the last battle of the movie, where the Wendell army comes to the village and tries to wipe out the Vikings. Antonio Banderas' character does a Muslim prayer where he goes to his knees, does the prayer, and starts praying to Allah. One of the Vikings watches him do that and is curious and watches the whole thing play out and just watches. And I thought that was a very interesting scene.
Allah
And then after
Allah
after the Arab finishes his prayer, then the Vikings
Allah
then the Vikings do their prayer, and the Vikings get their swords ready, get their shields ready, and they're doing their prayer, and it was a very moving scene. It was very inspiring.
And that's when the circle jerk began.
Yeah, it was a very inspiring scene. I was moved by that moment.
So the 13th Warrior.
Yeah.
Viking circle jerks.
So I can't think of anything where Antonio Banderas hasn't been good in it.
Yeah, it was a good movie. Very well done.
Anything where he hasn't been.
And I believe the book Eaters of the Dead was written by Michael Crichton.
Spy Kids.
Yeah.
Spy Kids.
Spy Kids was stupid.
Yeah, which is where Machete came from. Oddly enough, I've never seen Spy Kids, but that's where Machete came from.
Machete came from Spy Kids.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Like I've never seen. Like I love Robert Rodriguez. I've never seen any of those, or the other. Like he's made a couple. Was it Shark Boy and Lava Girl? Like he's made a few sort of more kid-oriented movies. I'm sure they're well made, but I just figured like, I probably won't enjoy this. I'm too old for this. But yeah, that's where Machete comes from.
But yeah, just closing out real quick.
Looking at this list. The Spirit is what I was thinking of when you said The Shadow. The Spirit is the movie I was thinking of. It's based on a Frank Miller thing.
The only thing that's different, the main thing that's different with the Spirit and the Shadow, it was like watching a movie in like ultra color. Like the way they did it, like it was like watching an old movie and then like watching it in like ultra color. And it was like weirdly amazing how Alec Baldwin kept that thing, over his face. It seemed like this weird thing that's like it was flimsy, but it kind of always managed to stay over his fucking face. It's kind of weird. That's one of the main things. Well, two of the main things that I remember about that movie. It seemed like I was watching it in ultra color, like the ultra weird color, his eyes, and the way stuff would kind of look. In the movie, it was kind of like just weirdly stylized, and like I said, the mask covering it was just so wavy, and it was like, how the fuck that thing stays on his fucking face? You know what I'm saying? Like, how in the fuck does it stay on his fucking face? That was one of the things.
There was no truth in this art. I don't believe this.
But like I said, in case again, just to bears repeating, but the classic, The Outsiders adaptation. I mean, it had quite a fucking cast in there. Patrick Swayze, C. Thomas Howell, Ralph Macchio, fucking Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen, fucking Tom Cruise.
So you said this was like before, like they're all like any of them were particularly famous?
I would definitely say that, but it was just like this cast. You just knew Diane Lane was in this fucking movie. Even Leif Garrett, when he still had some moniker of being hot and being sought after, even he was in this fucking movie. Matt Dillon was in this fucking movie. You know what I'm saying? It was just like they just put a cast. They really put a cast of like just and really put them out there. And I mean, and a lot of these people are still names that are still, that have still resonated through the industry for a lot of years after that time. You know what I'm saying?
So what are we talking like early 80s, I guess?
Definitely. Definitely.
Like really early 80s?
Really, if that.
Because that's a movie, like you make that in, I don't know, 90 something? Assembling that cast that's gonna cost a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, it was 83.
First time I can ever, the earliest movie I can think of seeing Charlie Sheen in is probably Platoon. I think.
But honestly,
it was Hot Shots for me.
Ah, fuck! I forgot about that movie.
Yeah.
That was before Platoon.
I'm not sure, but I do know that Hot Shots was the first movie I ever saw Charlie Sheen in.
Because Platoon was, I want to say, 87.
No, I think so, because I think they played into that. I wasn't sure what that whole shit was about, but they played into it when, what I'm saying, like like when him and his father crossed paths, like when they were on the boat and they were doing their own little sort of like diary, and it kind of I think that might have felt like something from Platoon, I think. And then they were both fucking doing it, and then all of a sudden they crossed paths, and then the one thing they fucking said, "I loved you in Wall Street." You know, I was just like, oh my god, those guys are so fucking egotistical. I gotta admit though, they will figure out a way if they get in a movie together, they will figure out a way to kiss each other's ass. Now, it didn't quite happen in fucking 2.5 Men, but I'm just saying, you know.
And there was that. I do recall one scene from 2.5 Men with Emilio, where he appeared as his rather fat brother, and I think he died in the first scene of the episode. They're like having cigars on the deck, and then I think he died.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like I said, how can I put this? Now, see, now we're gonna take a really down the rabbit hole. If we go variations play into certain, you know what I'm saying, little mockeries and movies like that, we'll just, I won't do that. My brain does that sometimes. As soon as it connects into something weird like that, now I can think about a bunch of different movies where people played into certain things, did their own variation of a certain scene. But no, we won't do that. But I'll just say again, great movie. If you haven't read the book of The Outsiders, definitely recommend either reading or watching, depending on who you are. You know, and definitely another one that we were talking about before the show started was The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. You know, another directorial effort by Ben Stiller, but he also decided to star in this one because, fun fact, folks, he did The Cable Guy, and you know he decided not to star in it, but kind of play an offshoot role.
He played the twin brothers, who
Yes.
Was it the parody of what were those guys? Was it the Menendez brothers?
It was it was definitely an offshoot of that. They definitely borrowed details from the trial to, you know what I'm saying, to build up the you know what I'm saying, the whole situation. But it was more about them kind of basically turning on each other rather than turning on their parents anyway. So
Because wasn't that the climax, like with the whole like fight on the satellite dish? Wasn't that the whole thing? Like you'd sort of been building that little thing throughout the movie, and then I think they were going to give the result of the result of the trial, and they were having the fight on the dish. The verdict, and then they fucked up the satellite dish.
They weren't fighting anymore. He decided that he would end it and kill himself, and
That's right.
Just fall on the major satellite and breaking everything. So
then you get all these people just like all these. Well, I guess I just won't watch TV anymore. I'll go outside.
And real quick, I'm going to do a
commentary, folks.
And real quick, I'm going to do a weird inside variation, just a small one, real quick. Jack Black. Thinking about a couple of movies that I've seen, you know what I'm saying, including The Cable Guy with Jack Black in it, and also thinking about
fairly small role.
But he still played the friend. He played the friend. He played the guy who at least had some suspicions of, you know what I'm saying, of Chip and things like that, but didn't completely turn on fucking Matthew Broderick's character, you know what I'm saying, when everything was starting to go to crap and everything like that. But I saw him recently in fucking Enemy of the State. And I started to realize something.
He was in that?
Oh yeah, he was in that.
I don't even remember.
He had pivotal roles in that. When Daniel Zab is played by fucking, why am I forgetting his goddamn name? He was in fucking Dreamcatcher, and why am I forgetting his goddamn name? It's killing me. You know what I'm saying? The guy that got killed first in the fucking Dreamcatcher movie. If you guys even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's a movie I haven't thought about in a long time.
But yeah, after they basically got the guy that was running away with the footage, well, they thought he was running away with the footage, and on the bike, and he dies, and they first start analyzing, you know what I'm saying, Robert Dean's bag, played by Will Smith. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that scene that was done with, you know what I'm saying, that was done with John Voight, fucking Jack Black was right there. He was analyzing the bag. He had the guy turn the bag around and all this type of shit like that. He was definitely, it made me feel like paying dues, Jack Black, was definitely getting better roles than like the star Jack Black, in a way. Like he had like fucking big roles. I mean, well, he had fucking like you might say small roles or not the main character roles, but in big fucking movies. Yeah, he didn't die. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't die in this one, like with fucking Bruce Willis in the Jackal, but he was in that fucking movie too.
Damn. To be fair, I haven't seen any of these movies in like 15, 20 years, but
Fun
I
fact.
don't recall Jack Black being in either.
He wasn't a Jackal. He was the one who built. He was the one who built the fucking gun that he would try to use to assassinate the vice president.
God damn.
Yeah, it's like see people like because you don't process that guy back then was fucking Jack Black. Did you ever hear you guys ever hear of or see a movie called Airborne?
I've heard of. I don't know if I've seen it though.
About the surfer guy. So, you know, since Seth Green was in the movie, the surfer guy ends up going to fucking Ohio, you know what I'm saying, ends up playing like street hockey with guys and shit like that. And, you know what I'm saying, kind of changed. He thought he was going to go on vacation, but he ends up going like to be with his fucking uncle and his cousin in fucking Ohio and shit like that. And then playing fucking street hockey and shit like that. It's a trip, but Jack Black was in that movie. I mean, that's the first time I saw him, and like I said, now that one, it was really like that initial Jack Black was more like the Jack Black we would start seeing eventually when he became a star. But in that in between phase where he was doing the fucking Enemy of the State and the fucking Jackal and other shit, he was really fucking good. He was really fucking like locked in and not having to be the silly main character a lot of the fucking time. He really has fucking chops to do some real shit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, he became a star and it was like, let's have him do all this other shit like Nacho Libre, like that's the shit that he can do. So I mean, I guess just to kind of take a small foray into individual variation in a way or adaptation was like, because I often feel like people do have paying dues roles that they get before they make it. But it was like very few times have I seen that somebody in their paying dues phase had roles and had performances that for me really outshined who they were when they became a star. It's weird. Fucking star Jack Black definitely had sillier roles, less serious roles than fucking paying dues Jack Black. I mean, it's crazy.
It's just like, because he's been Tenacious D Jack Black since like probably about the same time as Cable Guy. I think the HBO series was like 95 or 96 or something like that. So he's been that guy for a long time, but I remember him being like in some of the really early roles, like much more, yeah, I mean subdued, but like less like, yeah, Jack Black than, you know, now he pretty much just plays himself in more or less everything.
But I don't know, man. I mean, it's just...
Including The Mandalorian, which was weird.
I would just say, I mean, it's just...
Oh, what? You didn't like him in Mandalorian with Lizzo?
I thought he was great because I love Jack Black, but it was fucking, like, in the context of that show, it was fucking weird. And she sucked. She was like... You could tell she was just struggling through that dialogue.
Look, I liked Christopher Lloyd's cameo more than Jack Black and Lizzo's.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd's like, he's one of those guys. He's like, I don't think I've ever seen him be terrible in anything.
Yeah, but how about we move on from Star Wars before Jim jumps in here and starts yelling at us?
Really?
Comes in, he's all like, "Oh my god, Star Wars!"
Yeah, exactly.
So
because he hates Star Wars.
so variations, folks. I mean, variations and adaptations and things like that we're speaking about. Now, we try to be educated, and we know there's other things, you know what I'm saying, like this stuff back here, this guy back here, these two guys back here.
Yeah.
Different variations and adaptations of things that have been, and so forth. The constant tries You know what I'm saying? At Spider-Man and the I just don't know, man. Like it's weird. It's you know what I'm saying? Like that's another one I think we should talk about before, or maybe now I just want to check. Have we gotten to the point where we should start talking about? You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, we have two movies. We have two Punisher movies. Have we gotten to a point where we should start speaking about those? Have we spoken enough about other variations and adaptations?
Well, I should say that I don't know if you saw what I posted in the Telegram chat, but yeah, me being an idiot, and I should give myself my own personal goddamn it. I completely forgot to watch the Dolph Lundgren Punisher movie last night. I started to watch it this morning. I managed to get to about a half an hour into the movie before we came here. So I did manage to watch the first 30 minutes of the movie, which, according to Damian, was more than enough time to give me an idea of the whole atmosphere of the movie. So I should be able to give my initial thoughts of the movie. I did, however, watch Punisher Warzone. I did.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I watched that last night. But I had a lot of stuff going on yesterday. I had to help my grandfather with some stuff. Got tired, got distracted, ended up going to bed without even realizing that I hadn't watched the Dolph Lundgren movie. Yeah, I know. I didn't put the work in.
I spent 30 seconds finding him the link and everything, Stone. Can you believe this fucking guy?
Yes, I know.
That's 30 seconds I'll never get back.
Yeah, I know. I'm a terrible friend. I didn't put the work in. I'm a horrible person. Yeah.
Arthritis. Arthritis. Ooh.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. And to be honest, of the 30 minutes of the movie that I watched, I was starting to like it. I was starting to like it.
Agony with the arthritis.
I got arthritis too. I do. I got arthritis too. Yeah.
For sure, you're going to be like, yeah, this arthritis.
This arthritis is so terrible.
It takes various forms. It takes various forms. I say. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yes, I think we should. So maybe we should just go chronological. Maybe.
So you guys are gonna do Dolph Lundgren first.
I figure, I'm kind of hearing my voice right now. Kind of sound kind of Bing Crosby, and so maybe we'll go chronological. I don't know. Think about those cartoons back in the day, man. It was so super weird. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the frickin' Hanna-Barbera or something.
And making the chickens lay eggs. You know what I'm saying? Who was the other? I forget the other guy. I totally forget the other guy. Oh my God! Look at him. He's. Is that how I sound? I sound like Yogi at that. I thought I would sound like Bing Crosby at this point. He's thinking I sound like fucking Yogi Bear. I was not doing that, man.
That's what it reminded me of, dude. It sounded like Yogi Bear.
So damn, he's shitting on classic Americana vocals, man. He say Bing Crosby sounds like a singing Yogi Bear or something like that. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, now that the two have been compared, maybe a little bit.
We're gonna give those picnic baskets.
See?
See? If it works, it works.
Ranger, don't get in my way.
Wow. Ow. Fennel, stop. Fennel, ah.
Don't forget the sandwiches.
So we're just doing Bing Crosby and Yogi Bear now, huh?
Yep, that's
Nope.
the next 2.5 hours, folks.
Bingo.
Strap in.
Bingo Bear. No, that would be, look, don't steal that. If I see Bingo Bear out there somewhere, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I, as a CEO of, hold up, yeah.
Can you vocally copyright things? Just say that's copyright. Stone Block.
This has been
2023.
I don't think you can vocally copyright things, dude.
Damn it.
This has been a production of Mainframe Multimedia LLC. Should not be recopied or distributed, you know what I'm saying, or used for other comedy bits to monetize. I think I did it pretty well enough, you know. Klaatu, Varatas, I said the words, all right? I said the words. But yeah, so let's just go ahead and get into it chronologically. We're gonna get chronologically into the. So this was my throw in. Dolph Lundgren, you know, he was another guy they felt like back in the day could turn even low effort from the production studio and make it into a movie that really still resonated. And, you know, lucky enough on this one, he was able to do that. And then they thought they could really test him, of course, on Masters of the Universe, and it wouldn't go as well as they hoped, you know, as anyone hoped. But anyway, we'll leave that in the obscurity that it deserves.
That's a whole other
in.
thing.
Yeah, we'll just leave that movie in the obscurity that it needs to be in, and we'll go back to the effort that he was able to carry and was able to bring to at least some cult following success. I was definitely part of that cult. You know what I'm saying? You know, Hare Krishna, whatever. Okay, whatever. But no, anyway, whatever cult you like, sneakers, Kool-Aid, Hare Krishna, you know, it's kind of like that cult following, folks. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of us that, you know, Dolph Lundgren, you know, sunken eyes, you know what I'm saying? Riding his motorcycle in the sewers. Somehow he's able to get down there with his motorcycle and ride around, and he's already made his decisions. They don't really focus in that movie to the storyline of what turned him. They give a little bit into it, but
it pretty much at the very beginning is the majority of it. They give a couple flashes to sort of what happened. I think there's a brief flash later on, but
that was beginning. I thought it was middle, but okay, no problem.
It was pretty close to the start. There was. I'm trying to remember exactly when it was. It was very early on. They give sort of these brief flashes of his family being blown up in their station wagon.
And I think the thing that kind of messes it up, though, is because it seems, where that movie, of course, The Punisher, it comes from a comic book where it's been a part of that. It kind of moved, when it adapted into a movie, it was already in a world where a lot of movies were like that. A lot of movies kind of were based on that story of, you know what I'm saying, the main characters, you know what I'm saying, family, close, you know what I'm saying, close somebody getting killed, which kind of turns them into that.
Yeah, it's kind of a Death Wish kind of scenario.
In a way, but see,
just on a much bigger scale.
But The Punisher owns it because it was an older comic book that had that premise already in there. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like, it was kind of weird because it kind of seemed cookie cutter from the beginning because of that at that particular point in time, which honestly I have to give more credit to, you know what I'm saying, Thomas Jane's The Punisher, because they really put it at a level that nobody's ever really kind of put that in. You know what I'm saying? With, you know what I'm saying, what kind of grand scale of evil somebody could be and how much money could be put into, you know what I'm saying, into basically demolishing someone's family, you know what I'm saying, like that. So I'll give a lot of credit again to Thomas Jane's Punisher. But going back to Dolph Lundgren, and that's kind of why you say, I said before, more was done with less. I say putting Dolph Lundgren in there and the performance that he gave, Louis Gossett Jr., getting a guy like Louis Gossett Jr., it's quite a fucking get. You know what I'm saying? For a movie,
it was
like
fucking
this.
Great in this movie.
Yes, and it's a fucking get, pal. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in my opinion. So, and then it's like the movie itself was just. I think the thing that set that movie apart was the fact that, at least that's why I felt like, for me, that's why I felt like it happened more in the middle, because for me, I felt like, I guess being young when the movie started, it was all about Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He just instantly fucking these people up. I think I don't know if it was the Asian one at that point or somebody else, but we immediately jumped into the movie where he's just fucking people up. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like just
it
really straight fucking
it
them up.
it takes all of 3 minutes, maybe at best, before it just gets started. They wasted no time with this movie.
And then it seemed like at certain points he was still on. It was like they couldn't quite nail it down. It was like at one point they were chronicling stories. I guess at that point he was still on the edge at one point because after everything had happened, he was still kind of trying to do it the right way and still on the edge. It wasn't instantaneous. Now that I think on it, was certain things that they were showing. Okay, he was on the edge. He was starting to get pissed off about what was happening and everything like that. And then all of a sudden, something happened to where they thought he was dead. The way they thought he was dead, and that's when he fucking became the Punisher. It wasn't this whole thing of him being around, and it was like they didn't know, and it was like that was a thing that I felt like kind of set it apart because it was like he was supposed to be dead, so it couldn't be this thing of thinking it was him being a vigilante, you know what I'm saying, or some shit like that. It was like the overall thought was that he was supposed to be dead, and there's no way that he's still out fucking, you know what I'm saying, taking guys out or whatever, you know.
That's
So
it, because the question was floated by, I think it was the reporters. It's like, do you think this is Frank Castle? And it's just sort of like, really? You think a ghost is going around killing people? Like, it's absurd.
So that, I mean, like I said, and that was the thing that just made this movie a little bit different from the usual because they definitely played more into the, you know what I'm saying, the having to basically, like, he's really still alive, but other people are having to think that he's not alive. Even his longtime partner that always had his back even had to believe that. So it was like a thing that he kind of like detached from everybody because he had made this decision at that point but making a decision, he had to kind of like break away from everything. He couldn't be Bruce Wayne. He couldn't be Bruce Wayne and do this. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't be Tony Stark and do this. You know what I'm saying? Like he had to be the Punisher. That's it. You know, and he had to fucking, so that means he had to fucking kill off Frank Castle in order to be the Punisher. You know, and I think that was just, so I think the structure of the movie overall just kind of like it really gave way to something. You know what I'm saying? I think. You know, it gave, and I'm not sure if the comic was true, you know what I'm saying, was how true. Let me ask you this, guys. How true did the Punisher 1989 stay to the comic itself?
I would say, aside from, I don't know why they chose to get rid of the skull symbol. I know he had it on his knives that he was constantly using, but I don't know why they decided to get rid of it, from the chest.
Because I
But
think because I think it was just more of that. I think it was more of that gritty type
sort of
of situation.
sort of
Like
trying to be more real with it.
yeah, that's what I felt. He didn't. They even as a kid, I felt like they didn't want him to be like the typical superhero. I need a symbol. I need a uniform. I don't need that shit. You know what I'm saying? When you see this knife in somebody's fucking chest with a skull on it, yeah, there's your message. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's.
Like,
I was actually kind of wondering because I was wondering if maybe this was the beginning of like the really sort of the more modern version of the Punisher, because the older comics I remember reading, he's constantly interacting with superheroes and stuff like that. He's placed in that world, whereas this is the earliest thing that I know of, not that I experienced, but the earliest thing I know of, where he was just in a world on his own. There's no superheroes in this world, which I think that's where Frank Castle is best, in a world where it's just like, we're just going to ignore all that and have him in his own sort of world.
I think
There's some great stuff with like Daredevil and whatnot, which you see a little bit on the TV show and whatnot. But as far as comics go, like I don't mind him being mixed in with that kind of thing. But I think the best stuff, both movies and comics, is when he's just in a world where maybe they do exist, but we're not going to acknowledge them.
But yeah, but think about it like this though. You have to understand that the Punisher is like basically a heavier version in a way of Deadpool. because it's like Deadpool wants to kill people. You know what I'm saying? The Punisher wants to kill people. Deadpool could possibly be persuaded into not killing people at times. I don't think that's the Punisher. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Largely no.
it will always be a conflict because the Punisher, he's made his whole existence is about his decision that the justice that needs to be dispensed on to these people is this is the way it needs to happen. So his whole existence is based on that. So a challenge to that is a challenge to his very existence, as it were. So even the way they crafted the story of Deadpool, it was like even in the movie adaptation from the comic, he wasn't into killing people. You know what I'm saying? Always. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't always his thing. You know what I'm saying? So it was sometimes okay, yeah, I would do shit, but it was like, and then sometimes he did do shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure in Jacksonville some people got killed. You know what I'm saying? So whatever happened in Jacksonville in between the TGI Fridays, some people got killed. You know what I'm saying? So and then there was a point where he didn't want to kill people. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, if I you know what I'm saying, if I have to, I'll kill him. You know what I'm saying? But if I don't, I probably won't. Just like even in the point where he ran into the guy that he was hanging out with in Jacksonville, he didn't kill that guy. You know what I'm saying? He knocked him out, but he didn't kill that guy. Even in the midst of killing a bunch of people, he didn't kill that guy. You know what I'm saying? Even though he was with the guy he really wanted to kill, really bad. Before, well, that's after he fixes his face. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, just kind of getting through
Whereas,
that.
what's the quote from like this Punisher movie is like, if you're guilty, you're dead. I think he says when he's talking to his ex-partner when he's when the police get a hold of him, he's sitting in the cell.
Wow, he said that?
He said, like, if you're guilty, you're dead. And he's like, yeah, what makes you you don't get to be the judge and jury and stuff like that.
Wow, that is a trip. I didn't see.
It's in the scene where, what was his partner's name again? Lou Gossett's character.
Oh, the actual name? Oh my God.
Yeah, I forget that.
You know what? That's you know what? But thank you, Damian. Real quick, a quick pause, quick timeout. That's where I need to be better in doing this show, where I can help make this show better. Make sure I do a little bit more research, but usually I'm pretty good with that. Usually I'm pretty good with the actual actors' names and the characters that they play and everything. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I'm not, and I need to make sure that if I'm not, I gotta have the research and make sure that I can answer on that. So yeah.
I'm always bad with names. I did just watch this movie and I've still forgotten fucking names. I'm terrible with that.
But wow, like I said, I do have to say that was pretty good. But that's not surprising. It's delightfully surprising, but not surprising in the way I didn't expect it. I mean, it's part of this grit, this really really dark grit that is Dolph Lundgren's The Punisher. You know what I'm saying? It's really this thing where he's made this decision, and it's just like, yeah, this is the way it's gotta fucking be. But he even showed a glimpse. I mean, let me put it to you like, okay, let me ask you this. So when that one crime, crime boss or whatever ropes him into that rescue mission of the kids that they kidnapped, that the Yakuza, kidnapped and whatnot, did you ever feel like, I got the sense that maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't actually kill this guy at the end?
No. As soon as he told him, once this is done, you're dead, that was it.
I missed that too.
Like he doesn't fuck around. If he says something, he means it.
Dolph Lundgren said that in this movie? Jesus Christ.
He's like paraphrasing a little bit, but he's like, all right, I'll help. But once this is over, you're dead.
Wow. I thought there was more. Why did I fucking... Okay, you know what? I had this movie so much in my memory. I really did, and there were certain things that I was going over just for fun, but there was certain dialogue that maybe I should have just paid more attention to. You know what I'm saying? I have to be honest because it was just like, wow, I really felt like that maybe he might not waste this guy. And then maybe like, damn, I just felt like, okay, I always felt like, damn, he's coming after this guy. And you know what I'm saying? Like why like why is he trying to do because he felt like he had to fucking get rid of this guy. He was gonna fucking try to take him out. I thought he
I
was
mean,
gonna fucking take
so
him to jail.
ultimately, he's the guy. After what was his body count? I think it was 125 people in this movie before the movie starts. But he's the guy who began everything. He's the guy who had his family killed.
Holy shit, yeah. Holy
Like,
shit,
there's no way that motherfucker wasn't going down.
yeah. Yeah, holy shit, yeah.
But
So I would have
that was in the scene I was talking about before, where Frank's in police custody and he's talking to his ex partner, and he says, "You're sick, you know that, right?" And Frank says something. He doesn't say I'm not. He says, I don't know. He says something. He's like, what do you call 125 bodies in 5 years? And he says, a job half done.
wow. Yeah, he was real. I mean, goddamn, the grittiness. I mean, being in kid form, it was gritty and it was dark. I just didn't realize, like I didn't process completely how dark it was, and then just kind of going over the fun details of it and not really looking in on the more intricate details of this movie. I was just having fun with the watching because I felt like I knew the movie. I knew all the fucking scenes and everything. And that's, I mean, I will say this though. I will fucking say this. Dolph Lundgren has always had a penchant for dealing with martial arts in his fucking movies. He's found a way. Like, I mean, especially dealing with the fucking Yakuza and shit like that. He really likes connecting himself into that. I just thought about that now from like Showdown in Little Tokyo to fucking, you know what I'm saying, going to the Punch of 1989. I mean, he really finds a way to connect himself, you know what I'm saying, into that world.
And I did like the mix of gangsters in this movie. You had like the more like Italian, or they weren't. I guess they were the mob, but there was definitely guys in there that like they didn't go too heavy on the like Italian sort of aspect of things. But then you had the Yakuza as well. It was a nice mix of things where the Yakuza definitely had the upper hand. And there was a scene where like the main Yakuza chick was threatening them all, like, I want a 75-25 split in our favor with this whole business thing you got going. And then she's saying, like, when you guys weren't even shit, we were the crime kings of Asia, or whatever the quote was. I can't remember the exact quote. She's like, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with, this is like, I'm talking about being old school gangsters, the Yakuza.
And I
Fuck
mean,
with the Yakuza.
and I mean, I guess in it, say it's progress. I mean, like I
No,
said,
they still get wiped out about as easily.
I mean,
By the
look,
Punisher, at least.
it is what it is. I mean, look, it's just a small variation. I mean, look, like I said, we're playing at a small scale. Yes, I mean, him by himself against the full weight, you know what I'm saying, of the Yakuza, you know what I'm saying, it would probably be a lot loftier of a hill to climb than that. I assure you. You know what I'm saying? I think we all know
Yeah.
that. Because how can, you know what I'm saying, how can a billion, you know what I'm saying, how can the resource of a billion people, well, no, that's China, not Japan. Sorry,
Ah,
folks.
God, stop the racism.
Hey, look, I'm
What have I
getting it.
told you about this? You gotta stop.
I'm getting it right though. I'm getting it right though. I just stopped myself in that moment, getting it right, man. But but I'm just saying, they still have their own resources. I mean, come on, man, come on. I'm just saying, it's like they said, their population nothing to shake a stick at in Japan. I'm just saying.
No, definitely not.
Okay, I'm just saying, but it just basically, like I said, definitely it was progress in the movie. You know what I'm saying? You definitely had that featured. You definitely had a female, you know what I'm saying, a female crime boss featured. You know what I'm saying? You also had, you know what I'm saying, you also had a African American, you know what I'm saying, substantial role played by Louis Gossett Jr., you know what I'm saying, in this movie well back at the time where you definitely wouldn't have seen that, you know what I'm saying, in 89. you wouldn't see that a whole great deal, So definitely,
And a blonde white lady assassin in a time when they were mostly just getting killed in pretty much any movie or being the victim, where she was pretty hardcore. The chick who worked for the Yakuza.
oh yeah, man. Look, see, this is why I love discussing things with other people because it just brings out the details that sometimes you just overlook. Those, I'm saying that is something that is worth noting. Absolutely, you're right. It's absolutely worth noting, without question. And
Then when it came down to it, though, that final fight sequence with between her and the Punisher, he, he didn't hesitate to. Once he got a hold of that neck, he fucking just snapped that neck and left her. There's got to be people who are watching that movie like, finally, a strong, strong blonde white lady. Ah, she's dead.
I do gotta say, man, it puts a different perspective on it, though. It really does because I felt like for the longest time that old boy was sort of like trying to turn on him, like, okay, damn, he saved your fucking kid, and then you turn on him. But now I have to think, like, damn, he was just trying to fucking skate with his life at this point. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Oh yeah.
you know, because I thought about, okay, like maybe this is old because I've seen so many movies before, and I felt like, okay, maybe it'll be this thing of over the kid. I mean, but no, he saves the kid's life because he hadn't done shit, and yeah, he wastes the fucking father because he's a fucking shitbag. So yeah,
Though earlier in the movie, when he steals that bus and saves the rest of the kids, there's a point like when he's saving all the kids, he's got most of them out. Then you got the mafia boss's son, and a couple of the yakuza guys start shooting at him. He just leaves that kid for dead. He just bails. He just leaves him. It's like, I saved most of them. Fuck it. I'm out. Fuck this.
oh my god, pretty. Like I said, man, I just think overall that a lot of people probably. I'm sorry, Charles.
Yeah.
Um, anything like I said before we start diving too deep into this? Any first impressions that you wanted to give that the 30 minutes or so gave you?
Um. Of the 30 minutes of the movie that I watched, I enjoyed what I saw. I thought it was cool. Um. It was very 1980s esque of what I got from it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are a lot of movies that came out in the 80s that I enjoy. It has that very specific style in the filmmaking that they did back then that I enjoy. It has a nostalgic feel that I enjoy. I thought Dolph Lundgren did a good job from what I saw from it. I thought, I assume, what's his name? The cop that was hunting him down, that was in charge of the task force. Um, what's his name? I just had his IMDb page opened up.
Let's just do it, pal. Let's just do
Let's
it.
see.
Yeah, we were trying to figure that out before. Neither of us could remember.
Yeah,
Killing.
I have IMDb open up right now.
But if I didn't know already, I
Louis
would not
Gossett
have
Jr.
assured. Yeah, if I didn't know already, I wouldn't have thought that was shot in Australia.
Jake
They covered that
Berkowitz.
very well. Jake
Yeah,
Berkowitz, okay.
yeah, Jake Berkowitz. Yeah, but the actor's name is Louis Gossett Jr. Um, I wait, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, it's just I liked him. I did. I liked what I saw of him. I kind of wish I saw more of the show to be able, more of the movie to be able to determine a better opinion of him. But yeah, I liked what I saw. I kind of got a feeling of where they were going to take that character, where he was throughout, like at the beginning of the movie, he's going to be hunting down the Punisher, and then when he finds out that the Punisher is his former partner, he's going to say like, "Oh, I'm going to help my former partner out. He's going to team up with them, take down the bad guys." They do that in so many freaking movies.
Which he actually, like, do you mind some spoilers? You should definitely finish it. But do you mind some spoilers?
I don't really care. I mean,
He actually doesn't. He doesn't team up with him pretty much at all.
He doesn't.
The main interaction they have is when the police get a hold of Frank after a certain sequence, and he talks to him in the jail cell. But that's about it, really. Like, they don't have a whole lot of interaction until you got that, and then when the mob boss is threatening his life to make Frank help him out. But so you get a sense of their relationship, but yeah, you never get that team up like you would think you would get.
No, but because there's a bleakness to the whole situation. See, what they do, what I'm realizing that they did in the movie, is that they sort of give you flashes of things, and basically create a baseline of the deterioration of everything. You know what I'm saying? His partnership with Berkowitz. You know what I'm saying? His disillusion with the legal system. You know what I'm saying? And eventually him having to part with being Frank Castle altogether. You know what I'm saying? So, and you start to see everything start to fall away. You know what I'm saying? And then you understand the whole darkness and despair of what, you know what I'm saying, of who the Punisher really is. You know what I'm saying? At that point, and why he's in the place that he's in at that point. So that's the thing. So by the time that they catch him, you know what I'm saying, as the Punisher, you know what I'm saying, at that point, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, their conversation is pretty much, you know what I'm saying, is he's not trying to convince him to help him. You know what I'm saying? And I think if my memory serves, I think old boy, you know what I'm saying, basically conspires to get him out so that he can help him, you know what I'm saying, with getting his son back and everything like that.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? So basically that complicates things even more because he gets broken out by the same figures that he was hunting. So it becomes an even more complicated situation. There's no way Berkowitz could help him at this point. You know, so
okay.
And the only thing that he can do is try. Of course, he's going to try to do what he can do because that's his partner. So regardless of what the overall says, he's going to do what he can if he can. But it's not much that it's not like he's going to have to. He can go off and, you know what I'm saying, and help the guy. Hold on. And as a matter of fact, at one point when they, you know what I'm saying, when they take him, when they fucking get him out to help him with his mission, they take, you know what I'm saying, that's another motivating factor. They take Louis Gossett, you know what I'm saying, they take Berkowitz, you know what I'm saying, hostage at that time too.
Yeah, because Frank, when he initially says, "Help me get my son back from the Yakuza, I can't do it on my own," he's like, I think he says, "Fuck yourself," or something like that. He's like, "All right, how about this then?" And then he brings in Jake with a gun to his head, fucking mouth all, taped up or whatever. He's like, "I'm going to ask you again." And then Frank's like, "All right. What am I going to say? No? I'm going to let you kill, like, my only friend in this world?"
But yeah, the humanity is there. You know what I'm saying? That's what lets you know the humanity was there because you definitely got a sense that he really didn't care too much about himself, you know what I'm saying, at that point. You know what I'm saying? Living or dying, I mean. You know what I'm saying? So,
Oh, no. He could care less. Which is shown at the very end of the movie.
Yeah.
So that's just, you know, something without ruining too much. I think we did a good job without going too much into the details of the movie that doesn't ruin it for you, but still gives a perspective of the movie that I think other people can appreciate because, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, but it's just like, you know, yeah, that's definitely the thing that sets this movie apart for me. That's why I figured it as one of the best because it just kind of gives you this. It doesn't give it to you all at once. And that's the thing that I felt like. That's why at first, the scale of what was done and Thomas Jane's The Punisher, I definitely thought it was on a greater scale. And for what it was done in that moment, in that scene, you know, it definitely has an effect on people and they can understand. But for me, the way they broke it down over the course of this movie, the way you understand, it was more of it. It wasn't just okay. My family got killed. Now I'm gonna fucking get these guys. It was like my family got killed. I tried to do it the right way. I tried to fucking do this. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, it just, you know what I'm saying? It just didn't work out. Things started to fucking deteriorate. Like I said, their partnership, their friendship started to deteriorate as a result because of the overwhelming, you know what I'm saying, sense of justice that he wasn't getting, that turned into vengeance. And then the decision to sort of fucking like fake his death so that he can kind of go underground and fucking deal with this himself. It was just a whole just. It was just like this whole thing that was built, you know what I'm saying, upon itself like that. It was pretty fucking great, you know what I'm saying, in my opinion.
I don't know if I said this last week, but my main criticism, and one of my only criticisms of the Thomas Jane Punisher, is that Frank's body count is way too low in that movie. There wasn't enough action. That's probably my only criticism, really.
Because they really focused.
Like, it was like I do think though, like it was as an origin story, it was great, and I think if we gotten a sequel, things would have gotten way more nuts. But I do wish there had been more action in that movie.
That one was more focused. He was more focused on the people that wronged him, and I think they wanted to. I think in a way,
it was a bit of like a slow burn, in some cases mental torture, but slow burn kind of thing with that one.
In a way, but I mean, but the family and everything like that, everything that was going on, and then like taking out the family, the in-law, everything, and then, you know, him sort of working on this plan and doing certain things. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say it kind of went big that way, and then it kind of went to this whole kind of thing before it kind of escalated somewhat again. And I just think that maybe because there was some influence of, you know what I'm saying, from the Punisher 1989, and I think they wanted to go away from that. I kind of disagreed with it. I think the grand scale of it, and then to still have to deal with the fact of, and then still dealing with the fact of, you know, trying to do it the right way and going through the legal system and having it not work out, and having that breakdown of things in that way, you know what I'm saying, would have been great. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, I mean, they definitely should have borrowed more from the 1989 version, because I think overall it was good. Thomas Jane's performance was good, everything like that, and so on and so forth. But I just think that maybe just a little bit more borrowing from the 1989 version would have definitely. I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, to your knowledge, it didn't underperform in, you know what I'm saying, at the box office, right?
Which one? The 2004?
Yeah.
I don't think it did particularly well.
Well,
I'm not sure, but I don't think it was particularly successful at the time. And 1989 is that one. I'm not really sure, because based on a little bit I read, it seems like the release for that was kind of weird. Like, it was released in like every country but the US and a couple others, and then when it did get released in the US, it was not a wide release, and so that one's a bit of an odd history. But the other one, I'm not sure. I don't recall it doing particularly well, though. Which is a shame, because it really killed any chance of a sequel for the most part.
Okay. It was just, they were saying, okay, the release. Holy fucking shit. Check this out. Now let me give you some backstory here. Okay, let's see. Production, real quick. Christopher Lambert initially was the original choice for the role of Frank Castle. Much respect.
And who else was interested? You seeing that?
Okay. Yeah. But let me say, Christopher Lambert. Much respect to Christopher Lambert, and and all that he's done, I wouldn't have, I don't know if I
Yeah,
would have
I don't see it though.
I
No,
don't know if I would have felt it the same way,
no.
but an ankle injury forced him to withdraw. And thank you for small miracles in a way. No offense, but Steven Seagal like was interested in playing the role.
Yep.
So you're on Wikipedia too.
No, I read that
Wait
earlier.
a minute.
I was like Steven Seagal.
We almost got a Steven Seagal Frank Castle.
Well, the most it says on the wiki is that he was interested.
And
So I don't know if anyone seriously considered it, but
Oh
it was at least something that was floating about.
and somehow Nicole Kidman might have been in this movie. You know,
I'm
what I'm saying,
guessing
at
she
one
would have
point.
been. She would have been Jake's new partner. I'm guessing. I don't know who else she would have. Yeah, I don't see her playing the female assassin.
Let's face it, she would have ended up playing Frank Castle's wife.
And possibly.
I'll
I'm trying to think because Frank Castle's wife in this one only has like 10 seconds of screen time at best. So I don't know if was Nicole Kidman at that time
Not to my
too big
knowledge.
for like 10 seconds of screen time.
I don't know
I'll take Nicole Kidman extra crispy.
but let's just see release theatrical. The film was given a worldwide theatrical release, except in the United States, Sweden, and South Africa. It was originally slated for U.S. release in August 1989, and trailers were created by New World. It premiered in Germany and France in October 1989 and was shown months later at the Los Angeles Comic Book and Sci-Fi Convention in July 1990. However, the film never received a wide theatrical release in the United States due to New World's financial difficulties and the new owners not having an interest in theatrical distribution. Home media. It was sold to Live Entertainment, now Lionsgate, which released it direct-to-video on VHS and Laserdisc in April 1991. It finally premiered at the 2008 Escapism Film Festival in Durham, North Carolina, where Mark Goldblatt screened his own personal 35mm print. He showed that again in April 2009 at the Dolph Lundgren Film Fest, hosted by the New Beverly Theater. Wow. Overall, the film earned $30 million on a budget of $9 million.
That's not bad, really.
For sure. I would definitely say. I mean, Rotten Tomatoes, oh my God, 20 fucking 8%.
Yeah, I saw that. But I think the Thomas Jane Punisher is only slightly higher. Just goes to show. Fuck reviews and fuck what people think.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's bullshit. I can't believe
Thomas
somebody
Jane's Punisher is still the best Punisher.
Tommy, look, I would probably say when it comes to the action and some comic book accuracies, you know what I'm saying, that they try to place, you know what I'm saying, in the movie, because of course, see, that's the thing about comic books sometimes, is that comic books are
We're back.
so over the top and so stylized that you that basically you can't help like these characters are so like wow, but it's like comic book. You have to understand like they're truly out of comics. So it's like holy shit. You think they're so way over the top when you think about live action movies, but this is the way it is. Comic books that have the penguin in them, when you think about the penguin in live action, it's like wow, that just seems really weird. But I get it. But in those comic books, that's the world. You know what I'm saying? This big weird looking sailor Russian guy that's coming in, you know what I'm saying, to take on the Punisher, it just like, you know what I'm saying? It seems weird as fuck. But in the comic book, you know, this guy is totally clicked in. So I get how that stands out in that way, and that really draws people in more in that way. But I just feel like just the grittiness of the Punisher, it really gives you this, like, I don't know, it really gives you this whole thing. No love interest, no, you know what I'm saying? He was still indifferent from his partner. There was just a whole lot going on. You know what I'm saying? But everything was about him just kind of being, you know what I'm saying, a man apart from everything. In this movie, in Dolph Lundgren's version, he was just basically indifferent to everything. Once his family was gone and the legal system failed him, he felt like he had nothing else. The only person that even had some small connection to him was Shake, you know what I'm saying, the Einstein looking guy, you know what I'm saying, that basically hung out in the sewers and everything like that. That's the only person that had some semblance of a connection with him, and it was very tenuous
I,
at best.
I fucking love that scene earlier in the movie when he rigged up the little like remote control uh, truck with a whiskey bottle on it to lure him to where he could talk to him.
Oh my God, yeah. Like I said, the movie was something else, man. Like I said, the movie truly was something. They did again a prime example of doing more with less, a lot less, a $9 million budget. You know what I'm saying? They did a lot with, you know what I'm saying, with so much less at that point.
Like that movie is pretty much nonstop the entire time. More or less, it's just a series of action sequences. It doesn't really slow down at all.
And people are such.
There's no long intro. There's no long middle bit where it kind of calms down. It pretty much just keeps going for the hour and a half. Like I think the last half an hour is the final sequence.
And for some people, it has to be that way because some people are such idiots. They would actually venture to call this, you know what I'm saying, they actually call this boring with never-ending action scenes. But I'm like, if you understood the Punisher, he's not that fucking exciting. Seriously. You know what I'm saying? It's not him. It's not about him being exciting, charismatic. You know what I'm saying?
Because like, if you slow down too long, you're just gonna see him sitting around drinking, being all depressed, or just like deciding who he's gonna kill next, which is good. Like it's good for the character building, but as far as from a viewer's standpoint, that's not really all that interesting.
And that's the thing that I think that made it stand out. That where it seemed like it was going to be cookie cutter in the way of the story. Oh yeah, his family gets killed. He goes, like I said, the breakdown is different because I hardly ever seen like that breakdown of you. You always think, okay, I'm gonna go off the rails and go vengeance, but it's like he always still has somebody's support and doing the right thing because that's how cops are. But it's like at that point he didn't even have his brothers in blue support, you know what I'm saying, anymore with this whole situation. No one was supporting him in trying to, you know what I'm saying, and trying to get these guys, like not even on a vigilante type basis. He just felt like he was backed into a fucking corner, and eventually he had to depart from being Frank Castle at all. And I think that was a thing that just really, really made this shit different. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, where it could have been really put into a thing of it's just like a lot of other action movies where a guy loses family and things like this and feel like he gets betrayed. No, you really see the breakdown and you really see like it's just no more talking about this. There's no more reasoning for him to be put back on the other side. That's not going to fucking happen. You know what I'm saying? Like
there's no back to normal for this guy. This is the path.
Okay. This is not
Charles. This is the way.
Now, what we're gonna do? Now we've gone deep into.
I'm not gonna say it just because I don't want to piss Jim off.
What? Well, it's our show. It's our show. Do you, pal? Do you? Let me see if I can motivate you. Let me see. Let me check.
It was just a gay nerd reference. Don't worry.
Music forever, man. Music forever. Just if that
fine. I'll say it. This is the way.
This is the way.
Oh.
This is the way.
We stink.
So I've been.
Yeah.
So this is So now we've sauntered into, and I've been basically. I've been given a love letter now to The Punisher 1989 for quite some time. Now
we're going to go forward 19 years.
Now we have to do Punisher Warzone.
And this is a movie I have watched.
Awesome. You go ahead and lead the way, sir.
Holy shit. I was not expecting this movie to be as bloody as it was.
It's glorious.
Jim did warn you.
It's not just glorious, it's goriest.
Punisher Warzone is nuts in pretty much every possible way.
Oh my god, and I loved every second of it. Oh man, I loved it. Oh, holy shit.
But you get that. But you get though that's what, like, overall the running theme. I think the common thread in any movie that you cannot the Frank Grillo. It doesn't matter. You can't there's no way you can variate on who the Punisher is. It's hard to variate. The only way you can variate is the overall approach. You know what I'm saying? Like Dolph Lundgren decided that okay, there is no more Frank Castle. Like, there is no more Frank Castle. You know, like, how did you feel? And number one, there's no more Frank Castle, and I'm not some sort of fucking superhero or symbol of anything. You know what I'm saying? I am fucking, like, I'm giving the justice that these guys didn't get, period. That's it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? You want something to look at. You want some kind of symbol. There you go. Here's the knife in somebody's chest. Here's the skull. There you go. You know what I'm saying? And I'm fucking done with, you know what I'm saying? It's like, there's no more to this. You know, at least and then with like the Thomas Jane character, there was still a despair there. But there was still a human side there that had him care for people. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. You know what I'm saying? And care for those people that he were connected with in that apartment building and things like that. There was still a human element that was there, and it was a more focused situation, you know what I'm saying, at that particular point. You know, it was more focused. It was more gaining that initial revenge on them. You know what I'm saying? You probably seen more of a development. They were trying to do more of a development into who the Punisher would eventually become and things like that. That there was still him sort of like getting over that, you know what I'm saying, that situation and trying to, you know what I'm saying, figure things out and move forward. And so it was less of a violent Punisher unless things were coming at him, and then until he finally decided, okay, I'm gonna come at these fucking guys. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. And I finally figured out the plan to fucking take the whole fucking thing out. You know, so I get that. You know, but then you have the Ray Stevenson character, and Charles, what perspective is this Ray Stevenson Punisher coming from?
I would say the perspective for Ray Stevenson, like, in comparison to, like, I don't know, it's just, let's see, like with Dolph Lundgren, it's like from what I saw of Dolph Lundgren, it's like he just doesn't give a shit. With Thomas Jane, it's like he's just getting revenge. And then with Ray Stevenson, it's like, let's see what crap.
Is he more established to you guys? Is this the more established, like, this is the established, well, you know what I'm saying, well battle tested Punisher now that's kind of like,
I would say yeah.
Yeah, I did get that feeling. Like when I first watched Warzone, I thought it was going to be more like what they did in the Thomas Jane movie, where they were going to do another origin story. That's not what we got in Warzone, because apparently this Warzone takes place, what was it, like, how many years was it again? Was it like 5 years, or was it 4 years?
It was Yeah, I can't remember. It was one of the two. Like it was definitely like somewhere in that range.
It was several years after Frank
Yeah.
Castle's family's death. So he's been at this game for years. So he's still been doing it. He has members of the police force that are helping him out already. That like they're not hunting him down. They are actively trying to hamper the investigation of bringing him down, just so they can help him do what he's doing. We have Soap. We
Back
have
in a
Soap.
second.
Yeah, we have Soap helping him out. We have that. I can't remember the cop's name, but it's the bald cop that punched himself in the face. Yeah, it's just like that cop is helping him out. The only one that actually tried to take him down was that FBI agent. The only thing I know him from is that he played the butler in that Green Arrow show, Arrow. He played the butler in like the first couple of seasons of that show.
The butler?
Crap, I can't remember his name. Well, no, he wasn't. He wasn't the butler. He was like a high-ranking like employee at Queen Consolidated.
The black guy?
The black guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the FBI agent. Yeah, it's just like he was the only one that was trying to take down Frank Castle. And even then, like later in the movie, he's like, all right, you're not that bad of a guy. You just made a mistake.
Man.
Which
really?
also, speaking of that, I wasn't expecting to see Julie Benz in this movie. She was the wife of the FBI agent that he shot.
But
Yeah.
But why didn't you expect that?
Well, the thing is that I haven't seen Julie Benz do anything in like a long time. So I haven't seen her on screen in a while, so I was not expecting to see her in this movie. Even though this movie did come out in 2008, so that was like around the time when she was still pretty active. I don't know. Look, I think she's hot. I think she's hot, and also she was a brunette in the movie, which is an added plus. So yes, I thought she was like super hot in the movie.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
I mean, but hold on, man. Let's
What?
just see. I mean, look, for some people, they would like to have some of the shit that she had, man. I mean, seriously. I mean, she was in fucking. I mean, she at least was in Dexter at certain points.
She was in Dexter. Yeah, she was in
Defiance.
that Defiance, which I'm still pissed about that show getting canceled.
And I mean, she was in Rambo.
Was she?
Oh yeah, she was. Now that I think about it, yeah, she was the one that those guys were gonna, you know what I'm saying, those guys in the, you know what I'm saying, she was going on that, she was the one basically spearheading the whole little, like charity mission, you know what I'm saying, into the jungle, you know what I'm saying, where she, you know what I'm saying, where she tried to, you know what I'm saying, where she paid, you know what I'm saying, Rambo for, you know, she tried to get her in there, and then those guys ended up taking her. They were, of course, they were gonna, you know what I'm saying, a lot of things were gonna be happening, you know what I'm saying, let's just say.
Yeah.
A lot of things were going to be happening.
Yep.
Like I said, as soon as I knew when they got caught up in those, you know what I'm saying, all those weird looking dudes was, oh my God, it was like, oh my fucking God, bro.
Yeah, never saw the movie. Wasn't going to watch it.
Say what?
Yeah, I wasn't going to watch the movie.
Why is that?
Yeah. I wasn't really that much of a fan of Rambo.
Oh. Well, that's sad, man. That is sad. But then we won't bog down with the Rambo here. We just talking about Julie Benz being, you know what I'm saying, yeah, almost, you know what I'm saying, being pretty much
Being fine.
Well, you know, yeah, and pretty much, yeah, she was pretty much, you know, spank porn bait. You know what I'm saying, for the Rambo movie. You know what I'm saying, at that point. Like, oh no. You know what I'm saying, this is going to be the gang rape special. You just knew it. But we're not going to be weird and talk about that type of thing. We're going to get
Yeah,
back
move on, move on, move on.
we're going to get back into Punisher Warzone and how much Charles enjoyed that movie.
Yes, I enjoyed that movie. Which also, can we talk about the fact that Newman was in the frickin' movie?
Yes, he was. He was the guy who got him all the guns and everything.
Yeah, Newman from fucking Seinfeld.
Hello, Punisher.
He played Microchip. Wow. I was not expecting that.
Well, why not? I mean, was the guy not fat?
No, it's not that. It's just, I mean, like, you have a character like Microchip, and then you have the actor who plays Newman from Seinfeld, who's notoriously an asshole.
Dennis Nedry from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, the guy who says, see,
The main
nobody
asshole.
cares. The guy,
Didn't say the magic word.
yeah. You didn't say the magic word.
Basically, the guy fucks everything up.
Yep. It also gets killed by that dinosaur that like spits ink in your face. Yeah.
Yes, he does. Tries to throw it a stick to make it go away. I'm gonna run you over on the way back down. And it just no, it's gonna kill you.
You're gonna throw a stick to make a dinosaur go away? That dinosaur doesn't give two shakes of a rat's ass about some stupid stick. It's not a dog.
I could give a squirt a monkey piss about your stick. All right, no. But Damian, Damian, could you please tell us, what made you think that, Punisher Warzone, was the best movie of them all for you?
Nope.
It wasn't, of course, the poll says that they thought, but could we please allow him to give his reasons, Charles, sir, okay?
I mean, basically everything about it. I loved the sort of, like, the B-movie quality of it, the excessive amount of violence, Ray Stevenson, Julie Benz, who was fine.
Let me straighten out. I feel like I'm what's going on here? Oh my god! I feel like I'm on the Cloverfield paradox or something like that. Why is my eye crossing?
Dominic West from The Wire playing the main bad guy, Jigsaw / was it Billy the Butte before he got his face all fucked up?
Which I will say that, I mean, he looked fucked up.
He certainly did.
Clip that, Damian. He did look fucked up. We could use that constantly.
I think that's the only time in the movie you see Frank smile, too. When fucking Billy falls into the thing, into the, like, glass recycling churning thing. He's in there and Frank's up there pressing the button and he sort of gives a bit of gives a bit of a smile, a bit of a smirk. Which is I think the only time you see him really smile in the whole movie. Or any of these movies.
Yes, no, because I definitely say there were definitely no smiles in the 1989. I mean,
No, not at all.
And I mean, from what you say, I just don't see how that guy could have ever smiled. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he just.
Well, it's not technically a smile. It's a bit of a. It's more of a smirk, or just kind of like a.
No. I'm saying no. It is fine. I'm saying with Dolph Lundgren. I'm saying the more you revealed about the dialogue in that movie, I'm like, God damn, that guy was never going to smile. He was never going to smile about anything.
The man lost his family. He will never smile again.
And in the Dolph Lundgren one, I don't think he bathed or slept in 5 years. So There's nothing to smile about, ever.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was just quite a role being played. Is all I can say. I mean, is there any more to say about Punisher or Warzone that you guys would like to say?
There is one scene in the entire movie that I thought was hilarious. It was near the end of the movie where he goes to do the siege to try to rescue Microchip, Julie Benz, and her character's daughter, and he's like killing all like the bad guys. He opens a closet door and sees like this big heavy set guy just sitting there in the closet, and the guy just looks up and sees Frank Castle standing there, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" And Frank Castle shoots the guy, and the guy's head just explodes. I'm just like, "Oh come on!"
Quite literally explodes.
Yeah. I thought that.
Did you mention the death of the leader of the parkour guys?
Oh man, yeah. The parkour rock song.
So earlier in the movie, you got these parkour gang guys who you think are probably going to be like major players. Like maybe they'll be, like be a problem at the end or something.
Yeah.
No, Frank destroys them in one sequence, especially with this one guy who's fucking doing this flip between two buildings, and a rocket comes out of nowhere and just fucking obliterates him.
Yeah, just blows them up right there. Mid-flight, just blows them up. I'm like,
You know what? Every time someone says the name, all I can think about sometimes, like I spend part-time thinking about Pickle Rick. You know what I'm saying? Inside that building. You know what I'm saying? Like getting to the damn elevator. Parkour. I'm just like, bro, that's all I keep fucking thinking about when somebody says that. I'm like, oh my god. Okay. So
now I'm thinking of The Office with Michael and Andy doing parkour.
wow.
So, because I mean,
lesson learned here today, folks. Parkour is dangerous, and you shouldn't do it.
Unless you're
That's our safety lesson for today.
Unless you know how to dodge rockets.
Yeah, if you can dodge rockets, go right ahead. But I don't think you can.
Yeah, because apparently people hate parkour so much they will shoot rocket-propelled grenades at you.
They just make it like they present them as like, oh, these guys are so cool, and they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's jump over buildings. And just
real quick.
Bye-bye, dickhead.
But real quick, I just wanted to leave this by. Pretty astute. In the comics, Deadpool hates the fact that he's so good at killing people, but eventually accepts his fate. And then gains a sense of humor.
That does ring a bell.
And then gains a sense of humor about it, I guess. Yeah. I guess. All right. And good morning, people. Just to let you know, folks.
Good morning, V.
That we're not streetwalkers. We don't need your money. You know what I'm saying? If you have something interesting or, you know what I'm saying, contributory or, you know, dynamic to say, we'll feature it. You know what I'm saying? Or if you're just being nice, we'll feature it. It's no problem. Because we're hour and 45 minutes in.
Yep.
And it's time, folks. It's time to do another one. It is time to close another one out officially. We've been doing this, man. You know, unexpectedly. You know what I'm saying? I came to like you, and, you know, we're getting to a point. We haven't gotten there yet, but eventually I've gotten attached. And there is at least one more season of you that's going to happen. And we will
probably only one more based on what I've seen.
Yeah, I would only hope for one more. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And about that, I'm going to give the show you another chance.
I recommend it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it another chance. I'm going to watch it. How long until I have before the new season starts?
Probably at least a year. I mean, with the writers' strike,
Oh,
probably a year and a half.
Year and a half.
crap.
Okay.
Crap.
All right.
Let's say a year. You've got time.
Forgot about
All
that.
right. Then I'm gonna go ahead and get back to season one because I stopped at like episode 3 of season 1.
Like that's a show. Like I remember seeing the trailer when it first came out. I was intrigued about it. Wasn't sure if I'd like it. Then I started watching it. I was like, this is fucking great.
But like I said, we will be closing that. That one won't be so much bittersweet. I'm actually excited to see how this one ends because it's been a bit of a roller coaster. It's been a lot of conversations that were had about, what I'm saying, about the wokeness of this and things of that nature. So it'll be interesting to see how you finally closes out. But we have closed out a series recently, Bittersweet Dark. We delved into dark and everything that show was, and it was quite a
Well,
lot to unpack.
everything that our brains can manage. There's so much going on with that fucking show.
And it's still a lot to unpack. And
Yeah, I'm sure
so,
there's at least a third of it, if not more, that we haven't touched on. But
yeah, a lot to unpack with that one still, but officially, we saw that one through. But I mean, there's still more discussions that could be had on that. But just overall, just knowing that there will be no more new shows on that, no more new seasons, is like, and now here we are again. Here we are to review the third and final fourth season of what? Okay, the fourth and final season. I should say that way. The fourth final season. That sounds like they've done it 4 times. This is gonna be finally this is gonna be the fourth try at making it a final season. Well, no, it's the fourth and final season of Barry. Wow, wow.
I was sad to see it go.
I'm sad to see what happened to. You know what? No, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm not going to talk about that.
I know what you're about to say, and I
Yeah,
agree. But yeah, we'll get to that.
yeah, we'll get to that.
So, season 3, where we finally really start to see Barry just completely unravel.
Yep, pretty much.
Like the first couple seasons, you get this impression that maybe this guy can, maybe he's got a chance at getting something back on track. But season 3 is where we just see the beginning of the just complete unraveling of this character.
Mhm.
Just where his just mental decline just, well, not, I want to say skyrockets, but that doesn't seem correct. It did. What's the opposite of skyrocket?
The opposite devolves, descent, descend.
Yeah, just a
downward
complete
spiral.
dissension into pretty much absolute, not quite absolute madness, but you can see it from there.
Mhm.
But I mean, and there was a lot going on. Okay, so at that point, because I really want to, really want to connect, what I'm saying, from that. Yeah, so yeah, we were there, audition Berkman Balak. I mean, and then we get into the weirdness of the situation, and where he seems like he's trying to fucking like figure this situation out, with everything that's kind of happened, with everything that's kind of like devolved and been destroyed, what I'm saying, in part thanks to Fuchs and things like that. And he's trying to get back into the work again, which is weird. I found that weird. Is it
Because where we left off with season 2, Barry was betrayed by Fuchs,
Mhm.
Then he shoots up the monastery with the Chechens and the Bulgarians, just kills fucking everybody, except for Noho Hank, Fuchs, and that might be it.
Did you
I
say
think he kills
Bulgarians?
everybody else.
Did you say Bulgarians?
In the Bulgarians? Bolivians.
Bolivians and the Burmese.
I was watching a movie last night that was shot in Bulgaria. I'm sorry, I got Bulgaria on the mind.
I was like, holy shit. Hold on one.
Very, very different things.
Hold on one. I have to help out real quick. Please
Yeah,
discuss,
no
guys.
worries.
I would definitely say I found it weird that he sort of felt like the solution was going back to hitting again. Though I found that odd. I found that really odd. I didn't expect that would be
I mean,
that would be the response at that point, though.
I guess he's a guy who he feels lost, and that's the one place where he kind of feels at home. That's what he's grown to be most comfortable with, is being a hitman. As much as he wanted to get away from it, he sort of, threw everything else away through various methods. So that's the one thing, even though he doesn't have his handler Fuchs anymore, he still needs to get back to that, because that's oddly it's both his discomfort and comfort zone at the same time.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Let's see.
Just the very start of season 3 is the sequence where he's that guy's hired him to kill that other guy because he fucked his wife or whatever it was. And then they make up, and Barry's
yeah.
You don't just make up with the guy.
Yeah, Barry's like, you don't forgive that guy, and he kills both of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just leaves him in that grave there by the tree, which eventually comes back later in the season. That sort of desolate, nowhere sort of location.
Yeah, where Albert shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which he shows up and then he disappears again.
Yeah. But so you start the season that way, with Barry, definitely back into things, but in a way that he's barely. Not that he was. I mean, he was kind of in control before, but now there's I guess he's more in control, but he's not in control just because of the loose sort of nature of it. He's trying to find hit jobs on the dark web instead of having it all set up and everything all sort of neat to a point like it was before.
Trying to find hit jobs on the dark web is a bad idea, because sure, you might be able to find legitimate jobs on the dark web, but you're also going to find entrapment on the dark web, because the FBI and the police, they also set up fake jobs on the dark web so they can find hitmans to arrest.
That's it.
But that's why I knew when that guy started talking about I forgive him now. I was like, oh man. I'm like, oh man. Those guys. I'm like, those guys are already. I'm like, it's really convenient. Those guys are already in the hole. So what's probably going to happen is very convenient now.
I said, you're in the hole that you made this other guy dig, who you've now forgiven. You've seen Barry's face. There's no way out of this situation.
Yeah.
And then, okay, now here's the thing where it starts to get weird for me, because, and I felt like maybe I missed some details, because now I seen the performance that they ended up doing, that she ended up sort of like reworking again. You know what I'm saying? At the end of season 2. But I just didn't think that all of a sudden, boom, there's this show all of a sudden that she's in complete control of, you know what I'm saying, at one point. And it's just like that shit.
The show, what was it called? It was called Joplin.
Yeah.
Where she's lying even more than she was previously.
So, okay. So it was established. There wasn't a thing where you know what I'm saying she really did get choked. It wasn't revealed because, like I said, to my knowledge, it wasn't revealed that she did not get choked. But it just seemed weird. It just seemed a lot of times whenever that gets
Oh, like
spoken about.
it was pretty. Like I think it was well established that there definitely was some kind of abuse thing going on there. The extent of that is never quite really revealed.
Because even her own mother seems indifferent to the situation, though. You know, she
That
like
and she constantly embellishes things. Like I don't think we ever got the full truth out of Sally. Like
I get
obviously
I
something happened. Like she's definitely a damaged woman.
but damaged by
Like
what?
she's
But looking at her parents, I mean,
that's the
what was
question.
it?
Yeah.
Was it them though? I mean, because her father is like, oh my god, you know what I'm saying? He's like Ned Flanders on Valium or something like that, bro. Like, what the fuck is going on with this guy, man?
And that's what I kind of do wonder because like Sam, we see Sam, her ex-husband, is definitely a piece of shit.
Okay, I
But like
mean,
whether or not he actually abused her is a different question because while we go into in season 3, when you get that scene where Barry, he's trying to get her to give Jean a job on the show, and then he
okay,
yells at
yeah.
her, and then like that other chick who played her daughter on the show, he's just like, oh, he's a violent guy and stuff like that. But I don't think Barry would have ever laid a hand on Sally.
I mean, no,
So
see,
I kind of wonder if Sam was in like a similar thing, like maybe he was a guy with rage issues,
no,
but
because she definitely
wasn't
stands
like
firm because she definitely stands firm on being choked. So maybe that
so maybe that's like the one sort of element of truth,
or
or the
major
one sort of
the
like
one major escalation that she could hold on to at best. You know,
mm,
maybe, but but for sure, I often thought that I thought that girl was gonna try to make a pass at her or some shit though, bro. To be honest with you,
yeah, like that character actually really annoyed me. Like I understand what Barry did was like he definitely spazzed out, but that was a dude just having a fucking bad day. He's going through some shit. He's trying to fix all these problems. He just wants a little help. And I don't think he ever would have actually done anything to her beyond yelling and be
I
like,
mean,
fucking
I
help
mean,
me.
no,
Help me.
as time goes by and whatnot, we see that he was even willing to, you know what I'm saying, to completely absolve her of a situation as we'll talk about, you know what I'm saying, further on, willing to completely absolve her of a situation to fucking, you know what I'm saying, to fucking save her, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot, and completely take the responsibility of, you know what I'm saying, of that situation, you know what I'm saying, just, I
Yes.
mean, but, so we definitely know that. I definitely never felt that, but it's weird. It's weird, and I think that, but I think the thing that really, that's why I felt like it was sort of trying to be woke, but not, but it wasn't completely woke in that way
It
because
wasn't going all in on it. No.
like okay, like when the show was canceled, because right after that the show gets canceled, and then pretty soon after that she sees that the girl Natalie has like is like running her like show running her own thing that she somehow feels like is a stolen idea of hers, you know what I'm saying, and things like that, and she's right there. I mean, really, a lot of things that she was asking, she was doing that. I mean, the hitting of the wall right beside her as she's yelling the very abusive things that she's saying to her, and you know what I'm saying, at that moment, you know what I'm saying, and for no one to make a
It's
reference
pretty much
to
a mirror scene.
no,
Like I didn't even
no,
think of that at the time, but that is kind of a mirror scene to the scene with her and Barry.
no, because Barry never even hits the wall. He never really even hits the wall, to
Like
my knowledge.
he sort of puts his hand against the wall, but he wasn't like
So are
yeah.
you saying?
Even when he was getting angry, I don't think he was going that nuts. Sorry, Charles, what were you gonna say?
But are you saying that maybe and the whole situation of Sally possibly her story of abuse, that maybe the roles are reversed, that maybe Sally wasn't the abused, maybe she was the abuser.
I'm not gonna go as far as to accuse that, but what I'm saying is, I think people like in the whole wokeness situation, they seem to miss the fact that you're creating a show that was about your supposed abuse, and you can't see what position that you were in at that moment. You break up, you know what I'm saying? You break up with Barry because you know what I'm saying under the advice of your co-star who's telling you that he's a violent guy and abusive. You see the weight of that on yourself, and then and the moment of feeling betrayed by somebody that you constantly abuse, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot, you know what I'm saying, that you constantly abuse as an assistant, you go in on her, and no one else, and I even her seems to see how weird that is. You know what I'm saying? How weird that you're, you know what I'm saying, that you're doing, you know what I'm saying, this shit. It's like it's like, what is it that you're really promoting? You know what I'm saying, at this point, is it, you know what I'm saying, is it men in no way any yelling, any aggressive behavior, it can be seen as abusive, but somehow everything that she did, somehow she still feels like she was justified. Why? Because she's a woman. Like, even at the point where she did the video and still found a way to sort of speak on and defend and justify what she did in the elevator. It shows an entitlement as a woman to be able to do that at that point. So whether you say woke or what, I mean, whether you call that being too woke or not or what, I'm just saying, I just felt like that a little bit. I felt like that was kind of odd, you know what I'm saying, in that situation, that no one seemed to really connect to the moment of, hey, you're doing a show about your abuse. You know what I'm saying, you just broke up with your boyfriend because you felt like what he did took you back to a moment you didn't want to be in. That's what you told him. And then you do this. It just really seemed, and like, even in the moment where she's talking to her friend, and then she starts lashing out at her, you know what I'm saying, at her agent and whatnot, or you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. It's just like, it's like you're really not seeing the moment. It's like it makes me, it takes me back to that point and feels like, was that all just fake? Did she do that to seem like something to that girl at that point? You know what I'm saying? Did she really not feel that way at all? Really not believe in that bullshit? Like, everything that she did was just like, we're just acting. And like, I've started to feel, the more I think about it, and the more we get into season 4, I start to feel like, yeah, maybe that is what it is with her. Maybe she's just always a fucking actor. Like, always a fucking actor.
Extremely self-involved too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know that also plays out even as she becomes a mother. It's just weird. It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said in the chat, it's just I do not like Sally as a character. I don't. It's just I think she's a bitch. I do. I don't like her at all. I really don't. I never liked her ever since the moment that she was introduced. And then when she was telling her story about her abuse, and there was inconsistencies in her story, I could tell that she was a liar.
Which
But
changed several times.
Yes, it has.
I gotta be honest though.
That whole
Okay.
her truth, or my truth,
Oh my
my
god.
story,
I
as she
fucking
claimed it,
I fucking
constantly changed.
I
It
fucking
changed
hate that
depending on
phrase.
what worked for her, or
But I
what would
gotta
work for her to be successful.
but I gotta be honest though, when they ran, you know what I'm saying, when they connected at the apartment, and she told him about the, you know what I'm saying, the show being canceled and everything. Like, I thought
I
it
was
was
going to bring up this scene. Yeah,
I thought it was going to be a
continue.
way in. I thought it was going to be a way in for, like, maybe. I was like, damn, is he really going to, like, comfort her back, and she's really going to, like, lean back into him on this, you know what I'm saying, on this shit, because now shit's not working out for her. But then,
That man, that scene.
But this is the moment where it kind of started, where certain things kind of started for me with him, because it was like I realized what he was starting to do at that point, and it's just like, yeah, I could freak her out for you. I'm like, what is he? Like, what is he?
That's what was great about that. There's this
It,
whole comforting
it
thing.
was
You think things are
great.
going to work out again, and then he begins with this whole like, "I'll help you out," and then basically gives her one of the most psychotic things you could ever tell a person. It's like, yeah, like it's both it's hilarious, but psychotic as fuck. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'll
but
change out her dog for another dog,
yeah,
make her furniture seem smaller, and eventually her brain will just sort of eat itself, and she hangs herself, and it's less violent. It's fucking that whole thing is nuts.
but for me, it's not the details of that what he said. It's the fact that it's like I'm just saying like I'm like Barry, like no, stop saying this shit that you're about to say. Like just stop fucking. It's like, oh, come on, Barry. It's like I
Because
was
that guy
like
was at a point where he's like, he genuinely thought that would be helpful. Telling her all that, like she would just go in for that.
but we never see the thing. The thing is, we never understood completely about Barry. So he probably always felt that way. It's something that he's devolved into. He's probably always been this way. It's just it's just certain
I mean,
conversations
when
he
we
never.
when we meet Barry, it's well known that he stabs guys in the nuts as
He
a way of.
would. He said he would. He said he would. He said he was willing to.
No, he had that was something he'd done
He
before.
he
They
said
set
he
it
had
up that
done.
way.
He said he had done it before.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, I
it
forgot
was
about that. He did say
like
he'd done it before.
I think that was a conversation with Fuchs.
I
And Fuchs
mean,
was like, "Yeah, bring up that you might, do this because you've done it before." And so Barry, like, sort of half was like, "Hey, if you want me to, I could like, stab the guy in the balls or whatever. That's a thing we could do." And he's first talking to NoHo Hank,
I
and
remember, but
the other guy,
I
whose name
totally
I can't
forgot the
remember.
detail that he said that he had actually done it. I just remember him saying he was willing to. That he could, yeah, that's really fucked up. I thought he was like, I thought I remember him saying that he's seen it or some shit like that, and like it's really
No,
fucked
it
up,
was
and
something that he'd done.
like I could do it. And it's just like, but again, I really want to say again, in case I didn't say it before, I know I was thinking it, but always been thinking it since the first time. But the balance, the balance of the balance of comedy and of humor. Now I'll say humor, because see, when you say comedy, it's like you're intentionally trying to be funny and tell jokes in certain moments, and it's just like, yeah, but no. I mean, we can sit here and believe that this is all fucking comedy and that these Chechens aren't really like this. But I just, come on. There's some fucking
I would
Chechen
say
guys.
I would say the humor in this is closer to like The Sopranos than an actual comedy. It's more that it's that natural kind of comedy that would it just seems very natural a lot of the time. It's
But
not
you
like they're
have,
trying to make like, oh, this is we have to make this funny. You just sort of lean into the natural comedy of things.
but you have to believe though. But you have to believe that with Bill Hader, when you see stuff like this, you would think that, like, a part of me has to wonder, like, is there really fucking guys like NoHo Hank out here? Like,
I think there's gotta be.
what do you think, Charles?
Like they can't all just be these like super serious fucking guys. There's gotta be like you gotta have guys like that. Because that's life.
As for people like NoHo Hank, I don't actually know. There might be, but
I mean, there's
if
no one like NoHo Hank because
all right, all right,
he's
fine.
special.
If there are
But
people similar to NoHo Hank, I doubt it, because if there were going to be people similar to him, they wouldn't make it very far.
And I,
no,
and I would say this though. I would say this. It's nothing about him being gay. I definitely got a sense, But if it turned out that he wasn't, it wouldn't have been a weird thing. If it turned out that he wasn't gay, though, is that just me?
Which is another thing we get revealed. I think it was the first episode of season 3 that
No,
Noah, Hank, and Cristobal were in a.
no.
No, like for sure. I think that was
You
only
know,
like.
I saw the hug. I saw the fucking
Yeah.
hug.
Oh, well, yeah. There's that, but like in season 3 is when we like
I
because
mean,
like, you get the like "I love you, bro," but that's something like Hank would say.
no, but
Whereas season 3,
his leg
you
raised
get him
up.
busting in.
Cristobal's leg raised up on him, though, Damien. Cristobal's leg
It
raised
did.
up on him, though. I mean, Jesus fucking
It
Christ.
did, but that's still no guarantee of anything. Whereas
What the
when
fuck?
Hank busts,
What
there's
the
still
hell?
issues to work out there.
I missed the hug with the leg raised up. I don't remember that.
It was in the monastery when when the gangs finally make up.
Okay,
It's
I
like,
do
listen,
remember
you know,
that
like
now.
I got to say,
Yeah,
I love
do
you, bro.
remember that now. I do remember that now, but I didn't pick up on that at the moment.
Oh, I
But
knew.
yeah,
At
I
that
did.
point, yeah, those guys were in love. I knew at that point they were in love. They did it in front of all those guys. His leg was yeah, I knew at that point they were in love. Now, whether they were going to be a couple or not, whether they're going to be an item, as people say.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah, like that was never for sure. I don't think in that moment. Like,
It could
obviously
I
there
was-
was some things said in that moment.
It didn't surprise me. It didn't surprise me to see them having a love nest and them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I knew at that point they were in love. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, bro. Them white pants,
And-
them white pants with that leg raising up. I was like, holy shit! Like, okay, but it wouldn't. Have, but like I said, it only added an extra layer to what I'm saying, to Hank and Cristobal. But it didn't like it made sense to me. It wasn't like, oh, it makes sense now. No, it really didn't. It just added a fun new layer to NoHo Hank more than anything. You know what I'm saying?
And I love the way they handled gangsters in this movie, in this show. The way they were like, there was hardcore motherfuckers, but even the hardcore motherfuckers were still just basically children. Like when the Bolivians hit the heroin operation, which was in like the plant farm thing. And Hank had distracted all his guys by taking them out on a tour bus. And they're just looking around, pointing out things, like just like gleefully, and just like, yeah, like children on a tour.
The man show lost his, lost his flavor after a while. You know what I
The
mean?
men's show doesn't hold up. Something like that. Oh, look, it's Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, the men's show doesn't hold up.
Oh my god! And what is up with the deaf? You know what I'm saying? With the deaf squad, like oiled up and dancing. You know what I'm saying? At one point, I saw that, right? Because I was really putting in the time. So I'm like, I'm seeing this, right? I'm really seeing these guys like they're dancing and they're shirtless and oiled up, and I'm like, I'm seeing this. I'm like,
Which is after it's confirmed 100% that Hank and Cristobal are gay with each other, then he immediately gets put into the situation where his wife's father comes to town with this Bolivian death squad to take out the Chechnys.
Did you know that at first? Did you know that that's who he was? Because I didn't know that's who he was.
I'm fairly sure they mentioned it pretty much straight away.
Yeah, he was Fernand. He was the boss. He was like the main guy. He was the boss. But I didn't know like he was his father-in-law until he confronted him. Like, the real reason why I'm here is because I felt like you were being unfaithful to my daughter. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? That's his father-in-law?
That wasn't like straight away?
No, not for me.
Okay.
Because I mean, when he rolled up with all those cars and everything, I'm like, first of all, I thought like everybody else he was gonna get hit. Like, who in the fuck is he? I thought he was about to get. I thought Cristobal was about to get sprayed out at that point.
Like he's about to fucking. Oh.
Like, and then this guy, I'm like, okay, this is bigger boss, and they never really like. He's like his boss, Fernando, and it's like because Hank certainly didn't know. And it was just
Actually,
like,
maybe I'm thinking of because I think straight away he mentioned like that his wife and kids miss him. Maybe he didn't say exactly the relationship
yeah,
at that point. Maybe that's what's confusing me.
I definitely didn't get a confirmation that he was like that was his father-in-law more than his boss. Like, oh, yeah, this is like his boss. Like, not only does this guy run the crime syndicate that he's working under, but this is also his fucking father-in-law too. Craziness, man. That's insane. You know, that was like, and I'm fucking going back and forth because I really want to go down these fucking. Okay, let me get. Okay, here's what I want to do here. Instead of analyzing it in a usual way, I want to ask you guys the question. Like putting yourself in the perspective of, okay, putting yourself in the perspective of Kuzuno. Okay, because I'm not sure of this of the whole love, the relationship, how long it was going on. I guess he fell pretty quickly or whatever, but it seemed like
Uh,
Barry was really
I would
trying.
I
Barry
would
was
say it
really,
was a month, probably. It felt like maybe a
but
month.
I mean, I guess I could understand if he really fell hard. I mean, I guess I could understand. But Barry was really fucking trying here. I mean, he was really fucking trying. I guess. I mean, am I being too sympathetic to the psycho now? I mean, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about Kuzuno and being in Kuzuno's position? I mean, where are you with this?
In respect to what? Like,
In
would I be
respect
cool with
to
being locked in the trunk if someone gave me burgers?
no, not the details, not the details of everything, but just so much. Okay, realizing that either Barry killed or has something to do with the death of your girlfriend that you were really falling hard for. He's now trying to like sort of make up for it by getting you roles, but by trying to get you a second chance in, you know what I'm saying, in I guess the entertainment world or whatever, you know what I'm saying, best way he can. He's, at one point dropped off a bunch of money to you and everything like that. I mean, but at one point he's sort of in I, I would say he threatened it. I would say he threatened them. You know what I'm saying? This one and that one will go away. I mean, it's something
Yeah,
that
yeah,
rings in me
100%.
that
He's like, listen, you're going to be grateful for this second chance, and if you're not, this one, referring to his grandson and his son, they're going to go away. That's 100% a threat.
so yeah, I just want to see like you in the role of Gene Cousineau. I mean, and these opportunities are coming, and they seem to evolve all the time, and it's like what would you do? And then is another question that I keep thinking about now. Like, was he playing him the whole time? Was he playing him to get into a better position and then still had all the intentions on fucking him? Like, that's another thing that I wonder about. Because once that master class thing started to really develop, he was starting to work certain situations on his own to help other people out, you know what I'm saying, and make things right. And it just really seemed like he was not. So I wonder sometimes, like, was this all
If
the
it
ride?
if
Oh,
it
go ahead.
wasn't
I'm
for
sorry.
Janice's father, I don't think he would have given him up. Because that's another thing with this show is that there's a constant theme of selfishness with a lot of these characters. People who they just want to get ahead, and while they may, for the moment, take offense to certain things or be, hurt by certain things, if they have the
Be right,
opportunity to get
be right
ahead,
back.
yeah, if they have the opportunity to get ahead, they'll take it and never look back,
Mm,
unless they're forced to, which I think
yeah.
is the case with Gene. I don't think if Janice's father had ever, you know, taken him and then fucking interrogated him, I don't think Gene would have looked back. I think he would have taken that show that he had and he would have just kept going with it.
Probably. Yeah.
Which is one thing I love about the show is that they don't like. I mean, I guess it's like a lot of shows these days, but in this show in particular, there's not really a hero. No one, you can really point to as being a beacon of morality. They're all kind of selfish pieces of shit, all broken and whatnot, but a lot of them, especially the more sort of Hollywood focused types, are definitely just people looking to get ahead.
Yeah,
Gene and Sally, probably in particular.
yeah,
Like
Gene and
acting,
Sally. Well, I mean, Gene, I'm not 100%. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not entirely sure which I would consider worse. Would you consider Gene or Sally worse?
I would probably say Gene, but that's a hard question. But like, we do sort of learn some more things about Gene this season as to why he was blacklisted. And it seems like he's a guy who just really had just an ego on him. Like, was it when he gets that role on that law show that Barry gets him? And then
Mm,
there's that PA who's a producer or whatever now. And he's like,
uh,
"Hey, do you remember me? Like, I'm that guy from it was Murder She Wrote. You threw tea at me, hot tea at me, because you were pissed about whatever bullshit reason." You
mm.
learn little things about Gene. It's like there's a good reason why this guy was not working. He's not a decent guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to find out that blacklisting is still a thing in Hollywood.
Yeah, because was it that because he meets Joe Montana, who had a restraining order against him. But then he saw the story about Gene and Barry, about how Gene supposedly saved Barry's life. So Joe Montana is just like, all right, I'll invite you to dinner and stuff. And then there's that chick who Gene used to bang, who was played by, can't remember the actress's name. She was Mia in Just Shoot Me. Remember that show?
No, but she isn't that the same woman who was in that old Stephen King adaptation, The Last Stand.
Never seen that, so maybe. But
Hold
she
on.
was, yeah, like one of the leads in Just Shoot Me. She was like the
What was the
daughter of the.
character's name?
Oh. Look up Mia Just Shoot Me. Because I can't remember the chick from Barry's name.
All right. Mia, just shoot me. Laura San Giacomo. Yeah, yeah, that's
It's
her.
the same person.
Yeah,
Shit,
yeah,
you learn from her when, like,
yeah,
sorry, you go.
Annie Eisner.
That's
Yeah,
that's her actual name
yeah, Annie. No, no, that's her character in Barry.
in Barry. Okay,
Yeah, her real name is Laura San Giacomo.
okay.
Yeah, let's see. She was in Just Shoot Me, Quickly Down Under, Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Pretty Woman. Let's see what else. I'm gonna see if she was in The Last Stand. I think she was. Let's see.
But yeah, you learn from her character that because Gene's sitting there apologizing to Joe Montana for spreading rumors and stuff, and then she's sitting there like, "We banged, then we stopped banging, and you literally fucked my career up. Like this isn't you apologizing because you feel bad. This is you apologizing to make yourself look good."
She was in The Stand. She
It was
was in
her.
it. She played Nadine Cross.
Was that good?
I saw it a long time ago. She wasn't bad in it.
Because that was a mini series, right?
Yes, it was.
It was that because there was two of them, right? There was a recent one and there was an older
Yeah,
one, or am I
yeah. The recent one
mistaken?
had what was it? What's her name? Amber Heard played the character Nadine Cross.
Barely seen Amber Heard in anything, but she's never really been any good from what I've seen.
Amber Heard's career has kind of taken a dip lately because of the defamation trial.
People learning that she shits in beds.
Yeah, pretty much Amber Turd. Yeah.
Because I watched Machete Kills. I think it was last week. I'll say last week.
Was she
And
in that?
she was, and she stood out amongst like a movie of people doing like sort of the B kind of movie acting. She stood out as being just shit.
Of course she
Like
did.
she just wasn't good.
Yeah, but no, it's just no. I mean, the Stand, the original Stand movie wasn't bad. I started watching the recent miniseries they did. I like watched the first or second episode. Um, eh, my
I
issue
remember
with it
seeing
is
it like. Sorry.
my issue with it is that it came out at the worst possible time
When did it come
because
out?
it came out around the time at the height of the pandemic.
Ah,
Yeah. So, yeah, where it talks about an apocalypse that's caused by a pandemic, and we're dealing with a pandemic at the time. I mean, horrible timing.
and I imagine given a show like that, it was probably in production well before.
Yeah.
It's not like something that came out during that was just like, hey, it's commentary on the times. It was just like, hey, we just
Yeah. It was
we
bad
didn't.
timing. It was really
Yeah,
bad timing. So it didn't do well. It really didn't do well. The reviews for it were mediocre at best and horrible at worst.
'cause pretty much
Uh,
all I've seen from it was I think it was like a few photos, just like production stills of some kind of like I haven't seen any video of it, but like it looked like it was going to be interesting.
um, let's see. The only thing that was interesting about it to me was the guy they picked to play Randall Flagg. That was Alexander Skarsgård.
Yeah, shit,
Yeah,
I didn't
he
know
was
he
gonna
was in that.
yeah, he was gonna play Randall Flagg. So
Interesting.
I was interested in that, yeah. But James Marsden was in the miniseries. He was going to be the main good guy. Um, Whoopi Goldberg was in the in the show as well. She was opposite to Randall Flagg. I can't remember her name, but she was like Randall Flagg was like the main bad guy. Whoopi Goldberg was going to be the main like good person.
'Cause this version was intended to be like a series, right?
A miniseries, yeah.
Oh, so it was never meant to continue.
No, it was a
Oh, okay.
miniseries.
Sorry about that, guys. Where are we at now? I was there.
We decided to take a break from talking about Barry, and we started talking about The Stand.
Okay.
Yeah,
But where were we? We were
yeah.
talking about Gene because we did talk about Gene for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Okay.
God damn it! You posed a question. That's right. Like, what would you do if you were in Gene's position?
Um,
Well, as myself and not as Gene, there's no way I'm like if I'm that deeply in love as he claimed to be. There's no way I'm getting past that just because this dude got me a movie role. But
Okay.
as I said after you left, I think if Gene hadn't been confronted by Janice's father and interrogated and basically forced into doing what he did, because Gene is a man without, he's a very weak man in a lot of ways. I don't think he would have looked back from having that show. I think he would have used that and just gone with it. Because I think that's what a lot of people in this show do.
Okay.
They'll take success at any cost.
I mean, okay, so is that? I mean, so that's more of a symbolism of just L.A. or is it?
I think so. I think it's one of the big, one of their big sort of commentaries on Hollywood and how that kind of thing works. Like, people are willing to overlook a lot of things if they can have success in their own right.
Okay, and so and what are our thoughts about Janice's father?
I thought he was great. That guy is fucking. I'd be intimidated too if I was sitting in a chair in front of that guy.
Every time he invited somebody to his garage, I'm like, oh fuck.
That's it. You know, they're fucked as soon as they're in that garage.
Hell, he invited that guy to his garage, and then he started to only be able to speak German.
That's what I think. Has he ever spoken German before? No, he doesn't know German.
Oh my god. Okay. But see, you guys like him. See, I do. See, I know.
You didn't like him?
Oh God. See, I know this guy. I know him. You know what I'm saying? One of, if I remember correctly, one for sure that I remember him being in. He was like a jackass in one of the barbershop movies. You know, that Ice Cube barbershop movies. He was definitely one of those. Just, you know what I'm saying? It's like a real sleazeball politician type, you know what I'm saying, in one of the barbershop movies. And then he was in Burn Notice, if my memory serves me correctly. Have you ever seen
Maybe
Burn
that's
Notice?
what I was thinking of. Yeah. Bruce Campbell, that guy playing a James Bond kind of character.
Yeah.
That might be what I know him from, because it's one of those things. I've been trying to figure that out the entire time I've been watching Barry. Yeah. I just didn't look it up because I try to rely on my memory, and it
Burn
just
Notice
usually fails me. So yeah, it probably is Burn Notice.
Yep. Yeah, I think he was in that. He was playing like some guy who used to be, or you know, that was one of the things. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people act like they, you know what I'm saying, in that show, a lot of people act like they used to be things, but they really still are things. You know what I'm saying? In that damn show, it's a lot of that shit going on. But yeah, he definitely had a presence in that show. But definitely, you know what I'm saying, he definitely put on the pounds. You know what I'm saying? And this, you know what I'm saying, leading up to this one though, whew, I didn't expect all that.
Yeah, he was definitely a bit more hefty.
Yeah, we'll say that. We'll say that. You know, I like to say chubsies. I like to say chubsies. You know what I'm saying? He was a little chubbies. You know, it's all good.
It was kind of that, like, it was more that like Michael Chiklis though, like not stocky necessarily, but that more kind of like, I wouldn't say he was a fat guy, it was a bigger guy.
Yes, yes, he definitely was a bigger guy, but he certainly had a fat guy's stomach. I don't know, but you know, I'm just saying, like, no, but I'm just saying, I kid the older actors today, man. Look, you know what I'm saying? Kudos to him still out there doing his thing, you know, by the way. But wow, I mean, do you feel
his name is Robert Wisdom?
Oh yeah, okay. I totally did not remember his name. Because it wasn't, because I didn't really like him in Barbershop. You know what I'm saying? I just felt like, but then I saw him again in Burn Notice. I don't know, something in me just didn't want me to connect to him like that or something. I just don't know. It's funny, but I would say, okay, now before he goes into his house, before Barry goes into, you know what I'm saying, his house, man. I mean, it's just me, right? I mean, Gene, he did try to stop him. He really tried to tell him don't go in there, right? I mean, he really did
So I was
that.
looking. He was in 27 episodes of The Wire too. But yeah, that's when I was watching that. I was like, I don't think Gene is this good of an actor. The way when Barry approached him sitting in the street, like afterwards, it definitely seemed like a setup. But in that moment, I was kind of wondering. I'm like, is Gene legitimately telling him like we gotta get in the car and get out of here, or is he playing on Barry's like he knows like does he know what Barry would do knowing this guy knows everything, and he's just playing a scene out like he's just I wasn't sure about that
I mean, I kind of
because
felt like
afterwards it seems to make it very much seems like the way he's standing there and looking at him and shit like that. It's very much just like, oh yeah, I set you up. This was a whole thing. But in that moment, it really did seem just like, don't go in there. Because that's a big chance to play. Like, if Barry listens to you, as you know he probably would, more than likely, you probably would have just left. So I wasn't sure about that scene. I've seen it twice now, and I'm still not quite sure.
How about you, Charles?
I was actually looking up that actor. What's his name? Robert Wisdom.
Yeah, me too. I got distracted for a second.
Yeah, I got distracted, so I'm sorry, I wasn't really paying attention.
But yeah, I think it's The Wire I know him from. He was in 27
Yeah.
episodes, so I'm thinking it might be that more than Burn Notice, maybe.
Yeah.
Either way, he's been in stuff.
Yeah, he's been in stuff, a lot of stuff. Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I've
But yeah,
in some
is Gene a
stuff.
great actor? Or
I mean, what do you think? I mean, was he really trying to keep him from going into his house? You know what I'm saying? Or was you know what I'm saying? Or was all that a play?
Was who trying to keep who going into whose
Was
house?
Gene really trying to warn Barry, you know what I'm saying, and really trying to keep him from going in the house? Or was it
Keep him from going into Jim's house.
yeah,
yes.
No. I actually think he was trying to he was acting is what he was doing. After we saw after he saw what like when Barry went into the house, pulled a gun on Jim, it was all a ruse. Like
that's what I was saying though. Like it seems clear at that point,
Yeah.
but previously, like that's what I'm like. Do you think he was playing on just hoping the fact that he told Barry he knows everything was going to work? Because he'd already sort of set that up that this guy knows everything. So Barry probably would have done that regardless.
I
But-
think
But then he gets him to meet him, and then he plays up this whole like he's begging him to leave. Actually, begging him.
I think Gene took a risk, a calculated risk, and he was hoping that Barry would do what he did, and that risk paid off.
I just don't know. Because
Yeah, right. Like I'm
the
not
whole
sure.
thing,
Look,
the whole thing was predicated. The whole thing was predicated upon him, you know what I'm saying, going in there and really trying to, you know what I'm saying, and really trying to kill him, to silence him in the situation. If he never does it,
The only reason why I think this is because of Gene's reaction when Barry is being taken away in handcuffs. That is the only reason why I think this. Because when Gene sees Barry being escorted out of Jim's house in handcuffs, Gene has this look of satisfaction on his face. He has like this grin on his face, this smirk, like he's saying, "Aha, got you." Yeah, he just has this look on his face. And I'm like,
mm-hmm.
this was your plan all along.
But
That
then
that's
why? But
yeah.
okay. But then why does the finale end on, you know what I'm saying, Jim? You know what I'm saying, Ross?
Like, why does it end on him?
Yeah. When
It
everything
holds it
happened,
holds on him for like 20 seconds or
when everything
more at the
happened,
end.
when everything happens, Barry is taken away. The cops are leaving. You know what I'm saying? There's just Gene and Jim. They kind of give this approving nod, and Gene goes, and he's still standing outside. We're getting the shot out the window, and it's just focused on him, and that's how the finale, and that's how season three's finale, you know what I'm saying, ends out there. It ends with him.
And it holds there for like Gene leaves. The way Gene left was almost just like he's kind of sad about what happened.
I don't know. No. I
Like
really
again,
felt,
like that's what I'm
to me,
like.
no,
I'm not
no, to me,
quite sure because
no. To me, it felt like it was a nod. Like, okay, everything was done. We
yeah,
put this
like
plan into
yeah,
action,
it's done.
and
But
it
he
worked.
also like they don't. Yeah, I don't know. The way Gene just quickly leaves. But even like what Charles said before about him like standing there, I probably have to rewatch it again. But when I last saw it, like it seemed to me like Gene just sort of had this kind of really nondescript kind of nothing emotion while that thing was happening. He was standing there like he wasn't giving away that he thought it was bad or good. He just kind of gave this kind of nothing
Okay,
expression.
let me ask you this. Okay, let me ask you this though. Now, in the moment that, now this is the man. Now he firmly believes and has always firmly believed that Barry killed Janice. Now here's her father talking to him.
Since Mr. Goulet told him.
You know what I'm saying?
Fucking
But
Fuchs.
he firmly believed this, and then now here's her father talking to him, and he's being very elusive with the information at that point. And I guess he could tell by the sweat, you know what I'm saying, I guess, that he was, you know what I'm saying, that he was hiding something and things like that. So it's stuff like that that makes people wonder, that ultimately I felt like led to him feeling like he had something to do with Janice's death, and it was all about the shit that he was supposedly into. You know what I'm saying? And that basically he pulled Barry in to pull off this damn job and everything like that. I just eventually I think he always felt something about him, because it felt like at a moment that this is the love of your life's father, and you're not being forthcoming with everything that was this situation with Barry and what happened with Janice. And it just seems weird. What do you think about that?
Yeah, because it's like you could sort of look at it as though he's like when he lies in that moment that he's afraid of Barry. But I think immediately with this guy, he senses like this guy like I don't
But
really have anything to worry about anymore when it comes to Barry with this guy
but
around.
I don't know, but you would say that, but he wasn't forthcoming. But then turns around.
That's what I mean.
Huh? Say it
Like
again.
he was lying. Like that's what I mean. Like you could look at him lying to Janice's father as though like he's afraid of Barry and what Barry might do. But I'm not so sure about that in that moment.
That what, he's more afraid of what, him?
I think he's instantly just like this. This is some more serious. Like, yeah, I don't think he was necessarily worried about Barry at that point. That's what like.
But this
I'm
was
not
before.
sure. Like,
But was this? But this wasn't before. But see, his conversation with his father, you know what I'm saying, with her father, was that before or after he slaps him in the face and storms out and storms off of the set when he had that line?
that was after.
So he had the conversation with the father, you know what I'm saying, with her father after that,
Yeah,
and he still was withholding information.
yeah.
Come on, man, something that come on, that don't seem right.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't think he's worried about Barry at that point. I mean, he's probably still worried about Barry on some level. But in that moment, I don't think that's
but not
why
a,
he's lying.
but I mean, but it doesn't. But the optics don't look right on that though. Think about it though. I mean, the optics. I mean, even from our perspective, the optics don't look right. So imagine what it would be for Janice's father at that moment. I mean, think about it. He had enough courage to smack this man in the face on set, storm off of the set, no real explanation at all, just completely just bolts out.
Just
Has his
tell him
own
what he say. Don't
stay,
talk to me. Don't talk to me and stay away from my family, you piece of shit. Something
yeah,
like that.
and it storms out. So then you have a moment of, because I mean, I'm pretty sure, and this whole time, if I'm feeling like he was in love with her, and this whole time, I'm pretty sure she's told him some things about her father. So I mean, I'm pretty sure, at least some things, and it's like, so this guy, at the very least, this guy is probably, what I'm saying, is pretty linked in with law enforcement, and it's like you have a moment to really let this guy know what's up, and you're not letting him know what's up. You know what I'm saying? Even after the point that you have this whole thing with him, and it's something to be worried about. In my opinion, there's something to be worried about. You know what I'm saying?
This guy has you tied to, because he had him tied to the chair as well, right? It wasn't just Barry. Like, he had him like tied up to the chair too, right? Had Gene tied up.
I don't think.
Or was he just sitting there?
There never was a point. There was more of a conversation. He came to some place where, you know what I'm saying, where Gene was, and he was kind of letting him know initially. No. And he kind of was basically just kind of talking to him. He kind of basically really kind of pressed him up against the wall, kind of, and was kind of just talking to him. And was asking him questions that he was answering. He kind of see that really sweat was starting to pool up on, on his head at that point. And that's when he was kind of like, oh, okay, And it's kind of like, I just really feel like, it just did, like I said, to me, it just didn't look good. Because at that, in the sequence of events that shows him really kind of blowing up the situation, and you kind of felt like, okay, he started to jog at that point, because he knew, okay, he's really pissed off a guy he shouldn't piss off. So it's like, okay, he's getting this. I mean, I guess he kind of feels really scared now. But then in the moment of talking to her father, he's really just not being honest about, about what is, and it just seems weird. And I'm pretty sure, and the way they wrote it, it was going to seem really weird to her father at that point. Why would you not want to tell me the truth about what the hell's going on here? You know what I'm saying? Why
wouldn't you tell me everything you know?
You know what I'm saying? Or what the actuals are. You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't you? You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, oh, no problem. Let's see here. V, no problem. Thank you for staying in for the couple hours you had. We were almost done here. We're like I said, as you see, we're for rain into season 4 right now, and we're getting there. You know what I'm saying? But no problem. Thank you for sticking in as long as you did, for sure.
Have a good one, V.
But yeah, man, I just really feel like he set himself up to kind of be accused of that in a way, of having something to do with it, because it just doesn't seem, you would do that and then have a moment of having someone that could possibly protect you and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And you fumble on that. It just doesn't feel. It didn't feel right at that moment. It really didn't.
Not only fumble, like literally lie until the guy just sort of breaks you down, like just completely, just sort of breaks you down as a human being until you have to give up the truth.
So now you're getting, like I said, so now you're getting why the optics just didn't seem right. Like what do you think? What do you think, Charles?
Sorry, I'm zoning out here. I'm getting kind of disoriented.
Stop looking up rabbit wisdom.
Yeah, I know. Could you repeat the question?
I was basically just trying to see. I was trying to basically see, what you thought about like Gene and how he hurt himself in the overall situation, and how I felt like overall, I guess to kind of bring it to like this, the point I'm trying to make is that I felt like Gene brought suspicion onto himself. and having something to do with Janice's murder by everything that the opportunities that he had that he
Yeah,
didn't take advantage of. I think that
yeah,
because
like,
'cause I think in his own way. That's why I question in his own way that he may have been trying to play at something for himself. You know what I'm saying? While
like,
fucking
like,
Barry over, but I don't know.
like how he accepted the $250,000 from Barry, and how that may look suspicious, like a payoff.
I mean, yeah, that's one definite detail of his decisions. But I even feel like, okay, like I was telling Damien, you're in the scene. You got a line now. We're hearing all of this. You still are feeling this moment of just like really feeling anguish and really feeling, you know what I'm saying, really just weird around, you know what I'm saying, Barry. And then it all explodes with you slapping him in the face and tell him to stay away from you and your family and everything like that. And you storm out of there. You realize that there's something to fear because now you've made it clear that you're not going to move along with the deal and kind of move on with the second chance. So, and then at a moment you have an opportunity to talk to Janice's father, who's apparently big government guy, in, you know what I'm saying, linked in heavy with, you know what I'm saying, law enforcement, and you don't be completely forthcoming. It just didn't look right.
And let's not forget the fact on how he shot his son and then ran off to Israel for 8 years.
Well, yeah, there's that, but I think moreover, again, that's kind of like with the 250,000 and other things. It just kind of plays into the situation. But I think that not talking to the father, it laid a, because he's not just her father. This guy's linked in heavy with law enforcement and government and everything like that. So if he starts coming up with a theory of, yeah, you know what I'm saying, he had something to do with this because he had other shit going on, and he had something to do with her murder because she was on to what he was doing. So he invites her to the cabin, brings Barry there, sets him up, you know what I'm saying, sets her up to be killed by Barry. He manipulates his whole situation and everything like that. By everything that he's doing and everything that's happening, the money, you know what I'm saying, the money, the lying about what happened with Janice, the shit, you know what I'm saying, the masterclass show, everything is just starting to look like he's played everything to perfection, and now he's coming out on top while everybody else is in the shit. Barry's in jail now, you know what I'm saying? Barry's in prison now, you know what I'm saying, waiting trial on, you know what I'm saying, on these murders and everything like that. He's looking sweet as a fucking rose right now, and it's just like, and you're not being real about what really fucking happened. So, I think he set himself up for the suspicion that he got put upon himself. And everybody's trying to blame Barry for it, but it's like his decisions are what brought the suspicions upon him. So I was just kind of seeing what you might have thought on that.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I think, I think it's pretty. I think it's. I don't know. I mean, it is suspicious. What am I trying to say here?
Take your time. We've been at this for a couple of hours.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
I'm kind of running on fumes here. I mean, I've been up since 7:30. Yeah. It's just let's see.
Do you want to speed this along? I mean, we're in the fourth season. We're pretty much in the thick of it. You know what I'm saying? And we're just about there.
Well, I mean,
We can speed
for,
this along.
well, I mean, we don't. Well, I mean, I don't want to like skim over certain parts of it. I don't want to do that, but no, it's just like for Gene's decisions for making it suspicious. I mean, what Gene was doing was pretty stupid. I mean, making him digging. What's the expression? Digging the hole even deeper to make himself look even more guilty. I mean, uh, accepting that 250,000.
Just breathe. This is all good. Just breathe. Take your
Yeah, yeah.
time.
But accepting that $250,000 from Barry, that was a pretty bad idea. Because when Jim Moss heard Barry accept, giving Gene the money, that put Jim on the path to look further into that and make him suspect.
Moss or Ross? Man, was it
Yeah,
Moss? It was Moss. It was
yeah, it was
fucking Moss, not
Moss.
Ross.
Yeah, it was Moss.
Why the fuck you say
Ma-
Ross? Why would the fuck say
yeah,
Ross?
yeah, made Moss suspect that Gene had something to do with his daughter's death. Even though Gene didn't have something to do with it, it made him suspect
Damn, I
it.
watched
And
Jim
it's
Ross.
just, yeah, it's just,
AEW. I watched AEW last night. Jim Ross. Oh my god,
yeah,
AEW.
yeah,
That's why I
but no,
wanted
it's
that.
just
That's why I wanted that.
Gene's current situation for those that are jumping ahead here, Gene now serving a life sentence for Janice's murder. Yeah, this is entirely Gene's fault because of all of the opportunities that were given to him by Barry and him taking them. That's all his fault. And that may not have been Barry's intention. Maybe Barry didn't want Gene to be in his current situation, but Gene took these opportunities and it just made him look even more guilty. So Gene's an idiot, to put it simply. He is 100% an idiot. Oh, you're muted, Damian. You got no audio coming through.
Uh-oh. What is happening?
Yeah.
I mean, this is really fucked up right now.
Yeah.
No, it's really not. I'm just, I'm just getting my no-ho Hank on right now. I gotta say though, just while he's working that out, I really just gotta say that a nice again no-ho Hank being gay, a nice fun flavor being added on to that role. Breaker 19, breaker 19, breaker.
We heard static.
But let me see. So where we are right now, so we'll keep it there. I mean, we'll keep it to pretty much where you are or where we get close to the life sentence. I mean, it wouldn't see the thing is, and I think that's where the show kind of starts where it comes to an end. I mean, I think that the last few things. Well, let me first say that that Stephen Root, who plays Fuchs, you know what I'm saying, taking the merciless beatings that he took, you know what I'm saying, and trying to figure out where Barry is, and then he comes out. At first, he
Hello.
sees, oh,
We can
hey,
hear you. We
hey,
can hear you.
Weird. I didn't touch anything.
peace there, sir. No problem. But I would say that that is so weird. He went from being embarrassed to trying to use the Raven, you know what I'm saying, at first to, you know what I'm saying, to gain credibility in the prison,
Fucking
to being embarrassed, you know what I'm saying, about the situation, to taking some merciless beatings from the guards and whatnot, to coming out. When he came out, oh my god, that was a fucking moment there. Him coming out of fucking
covered in
prison.
tattoos.
Oh my god, hair slicked back, looking dangerous.
Blasting
Oh.
that Black Sabbath song that I'm forgetting the title of right now.
The Wizard. The Wizard.
The Wizard. Yeah.
The fucking Wizard. I mean, it was perfect. Because who was that fucking guy? He's the fucking Wizard. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
I love the fucking when Hank first came up with the Raven. It's like, yeah, the Raven, you know, it's like he's pretty super serious, like evil guy. It's got many layers to it, you know.
I was just saying again, man. Hank again. Like I would say, if anybody, like if you have an issue with with gay people or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like I'm sorry, like I would really feel like NoHo Hank did a whole lot for people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he did a. This is a great contribution made by Bill Hader. You know what I'm saying? And creating this show to really create a fun character. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in a very dark, humorous, but in serious situation at points. I mean, it was something, man. I mean, it was really something. His character was definitely really memorable for sure.
And he had a
And
lot of depth too. For a guy who like at first didn't seem like it, there's a lot of depth to that character.
and
Like
it's fucking
there's times when you do see why he is one of the heads of the Chechnya mob. Like he does have these moments where he's just no bullshit. He's no bullshit Hank. And you see this guy, he's like he can be stone cold sometimes.
and I mean, but it's just like, and his fashion though, the fucking fashion, the fucking fashion when they were out in Santa Fe. The fucking fashion, the hat and the shades and the mug. I mean, I gotta say, man, that guy was something else. I mean, that phrase gets thrown around a lot, man, but he truly was, man. He truly was something else. He truly was fucking unique, I would say. And I mean,
And that
go ahead.
relationship with him and Cristobal is probably one of the most genuine relationships I've seen on TV in a long time.
Until you found out that he was
And
lying. Until you found out that,
yeah,
that he had a whole other life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I mean, but you know what? The love was genuine because they really never just gave up on that. I mean, as wild as and unbelievable as it could get sometimes. Like I gotta say, I mean, I almost wanted to see what the fuck that thing was. You know what I'm saying? They brought it to the other fucking room. Like, do you remember whatever fucking animal that was that they brought in there when he went out there looking for the fucking Fuentes family, or it's a Fuentes family. I'm like, oh my god, you know what I'm saying? And they fucking blow darted him. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and then he's fucking. Are we there? We're still connecting into that last little part. We're still in remembrance.
we jumped all over the place.
Yeah, we've been jumping all over the place.
Okay, well, we're talking about this point where NoHo Hank goes looking for, you know what I'm saying, for Cristobal after he's taken by his wife. What he didn't know was his wife at that point. But he's seen some woman that seems to have a lot of emotion about the picture they took together. And he's still wondering. He goes looking for him. And he gets taken. He's chained up. He's hearing the stuff going on. He's hearing one of his guys. And they're trying to escape. They realize they're trying to escape. And also they bring in some, I don't know. I want to say lion or
I want to say
something.
Panther, just because they referenced it earlier in the season.
They did?
There was that whole when Fuchs was still in the mountains of Chechnya, and that broad told him the whole like morality tale, where like there was like this whole thing about like farmers taking vengeance, and their spirits took the form of panthers or something like that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, for
I don't know.
sure.
I just took it as some kind of extension of that.
But you know they were in Bolivia at that point, I guess.
Yeah, so I don't think the Panther analogy is going to apply here. I think it was something else. I think it might have been a tiger.
I guess. I hope. I mean, that thing seemed really big. I mean, it seemed really fucking big. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like really big. It was starting to come through the fucking wall. I mean, it seemed really fucking big.
Tigers can get pretty big.
I mean, yeah, but
It's true.
I mean that thing seemed really big and really fucking aggressive. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Do
just
you, do you think it might have been a bear?
like, Bolivia. I mean, I mean, who knows? I've never experienced Bolivia. What the fuck goes on out in Bolivia?
I don't know what they've got going on over there.
Like seriously, that shit was crazy to me how he got through that, and then and then to find her, you know what I'm saying, his wife, basically after walking down the hallway and seeing the picture of him and his family, his kids, and to find her doing shock therapy, you know what I'm saying, on him.
This sort of this strange kind of what do you call it? I won't say deprogramming, but I feel like there's a term
Yeah,
for it that I'm missing.
yeah, the game.
Like,
I mean, but you know what I'm saying, but
yeah,
no,
like
It,
whatever
yeah.
they call
it,
that. That
it's conversion therapy.
Oh
thank
yeah,
you. Yes,
yo,
this weird conversion therapy where you got this fucking guy in a thong or whatever he was wearing, who sort of dances
Speedo.
in front of him. They
speed.
shock
Yes,
him,
thankfully it was a speedo. Thankfully,
but then that same guy goes over and is still all greased up and muscly playing piano while she kind of dances in front of him. I'm just like, this is confusing. And I don't think it's I don't think it's ever going to achieve what you want it to achieve. You got to get that guy the fuck out of the room if you have a chance at doing what you're trying to do.
well, I would say for Bill Hader and crew, it definitely achieved cringe. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure they were going for that. It definitely achieved cringe. Ooh, what the hell is all of this? Yeah, it was. I mean, this whole thing was crazy, and but I think honestly, in respect for you, I mean, because let's just see where we are right now, because we are doing pretty well right now.
Mm.
So, because we got to the whiz, I mean, like, okay, so there's something else that I did want to cover before, because we're just about there. We're just about at the last points of this.
Yeah.
But let me ask you guys, what do you think made Sally decide to abscond with Barry ultimately and create this life?
I am not sure. I really don't know. I know that she showed up at the visitor center at the prison, and she straight up said that she felt safe with Barry.
Yeah, but
And I was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And then Barry escapes from prison, and then he shows up at Sally's apartment, and she's like, okay, let's get out of here. And I'm like, wait, what? I mean, you do realize that if you run away with him, not only is he a fugitive, so are you.
but
So,
at that point, at that point, that wasn't. It was always just still the why, because at that point everybody was telling her. At that point, she had well known that that he had escaped, and everybody was concerned about what he might do and everything like that. But she seemed to go to the very place, the last place that he was known to be, and that was living with the other two students from the acting class. You know what I'm saying? Where, and she figured if no other place, she might be able to find them there. And she was, and of course, you know what I'm saying, the way they wrote it, she was right. And she decided, but it was like at that point, everything that she was letting everybody know, that she didn't seem worried about it. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. You know what I'm saying, and things like that. No matter how many times she was warned about, yeah, he escaped. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. She, you know, everybody, no matter how concerned everybody else seemed, she never seemed concerned. I was just wondering, so that didn't surprise me when she ultimately decided to, but I'm just wondering, like, why? What ultimately brought her to the ultimate decision? Was it her parents? Was it feeling like her parents was fucking weird and she didn't have support
Well,
there? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then she thinking, like, I had a guy who was willing to, like, mind fuck, you know what I'm saying, the head of, you know what I'm saying, the head of Banshee, you know what I'm saying, and like my parents are like, my mother thinks I'm a fucking, like, ridiculous, you know what I'm saying, jackass slut, and my father is just like, my father is forever on Valium, you know what I'm saying, like I can't get anywhere here, you know what I'm saying, so, you know.
well, I think it's a mixture of her knowing she's basically finished in that town because of the entitled cunt video, her fucking freaking out on her assistant, which just, yeah, got her known as the entitled cunt lady. But I think it also kind of goes back to season 3 when she killed that guy who she didn't know, and I don't think ever found out was actually after Barry, the last remnant of the dirt bike gang, which was the gang led by the sister of his Marine buddy who was killed in season 1. But when she killed that guy, and Barry was just like, he took over everything, and was just like, she saw this guy who was willing to just give up everything for her. Like, at that point, she didn't know how good he was at doing what he did. And he was just like, listen, don't worry about this. I did this. You leave. I'll take care of things. And she didn't have that anywhere else. So I think it's kind of a mixture of those two factors. And
but
I think she was honest when she said, like, she did feel safe with him. I think she was being very honest when she said that.
Oh, and by the way, I think that what Fuchs did, what Fuchs ended up doing, when he heard the story, he decided that by diming, you know what I'm saying, that by diming Barry out to anyone, and even lying at certain points to anyone who was in close proximity to him, you know what I'm saying, was him sort of like creating the soulless Panthers, you know what I'm saying, and her, you know what I'm saying, and her story and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying, and that whole poison that, you know what I'm saying, that would kill him too, you know what I'm saying? He figured, okay, well, it's not gonna kill me. It may kill these people, but it won't kill me because I'm gonna get them, I'm gonna set them upon him now. But it seemed like as part of the story, none of the people were ever successful. He set upon those, you know what I'm saying, those, you know what I'm saying, those fucking motocross motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, and they were unsuccessful. The father, you know what I'm saying, even lying to the father, telling him that he killed his son when he really didn't. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He was unsuccessful. The mother and son, you know what I'm saying, they were ridiculously and almost darkly hilariously unsuccessful. You know what I'm saying?
Which I loved how that was sort of like a bit of the, like, vengeance is not necessarily the right path, especially if you're not equipped for it, because you'll end up accidentally shooting your son.
And Fuchs, man, I swear, it was like you had one moment in Chechnya, and it's like, you had this woman, all of a sudden, great, you know what I'm saying, you seem, it's like you had a slice of heaven out there, but something just pushed you, one conversation with Barry, and you were ready to fucking go back. You know what I'm saying? And
that whole thing with they're talking and shit, and then eventually it gets down to Fuchs who called Barry. He's like, "You called me." He's like, "The fuck no, I didn't. Fuck you!" And it devolves so quickly.
But then you go.
It's such a strange relationship those two have.
And then you go to Bolivia, I believe. Oh no. He goes someplace way out, and there's this, like, he gets his life saved because those fucking motocross, because those weird motocross fucks. One of the guys shoots him. You know what I'm saying? He gets saved. You know what I'm saying? Nurse back to help. There's a younger, beautiful, more beautiful woman that seems to like him. You got this guy. Her father's like, damn, maybe you should take the signs somebody's giving you. It's always saying, like, look, man, you got another dream situation. An even younger woman that seems to fucking like you. All it took was to see that fucking paper. You know what I'm saying? And to see that working on the project together. And I mean, he just, yeah, that's the sign I needed to see. You know what I'm saying? Like, not this here. Not that I need to leave this alone and just move on. No. You know what I'm saying? No. You know, it's just, it's craziness, man. That will always be like one of the weirder scenes. It's like, god damn, man. It's like he was just a kid. You and his father enacted this. He didn't enact this. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck this situation was that started when he was a kid, he didn't push this along. You know what I'm saying? You guys did, and all of a sudden you acting like he's so quote unquote ungrateful. Didn't seem like he made a whole ton of money. You know what I'm saying, or something like that. I mean, I just don't know, man.
No, it was revealed early on that Fuchs took like 50%. Because they had an argument about it. Oh no, they didn't have an argument. He was talking to his Marine buddy. He's like, oh yeah, you know, Fuchs just takes 50%. He's like, he's scamming you, bro.
yeah.
It's like that. He sets everything up. It's fine.
Oh yeah. Now it's all See those small. But okay. But now we're getting to the point, the bittersweet points here, because we have that whole. I would say that between the tricky legacies and the wizard and things like that, it was just like, it was really this point where I felt like, wow. It was like a weird point of, wow, is this really real? Is this really real? Are they really like on the run and they now have these new names. He's Clark, and she's Lily, I believe. No. What was it? Yeah, Lily, I believe, right? And it's just like they just really have a kid now, and it's just like, wow. It's just it was almost like, is this real? Is he dreaming this? It's just like I had to say, it was really at a point where I was like, wow. Like,
Yeah, it took me a minute to really think. It took me a minute to realize that this 8-year time jump was actually happening.
yeah,
It took me a minute. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, but just the way it was, and the way he was talking, and the way he was acting, it was like, this just seems so dreamy and weird. It's almost like he's imagining this whole other life where they're together and you have this child and he's got a different name, and it's like, what the fuck is happening? It was like something kind of happened. I don't know if it was just me or the way they did the progression of the show. It just felt like, did I miss something? I felt like I missed something, but I felt like I didn't, because it was like I was watching the show, but it's like, and I know I saw it, but then the way they kind of just it kind of seemed like the next episode, it was kind of like just them, and they were good, and she had dark hair, and he was really talking weird, and it was just like, yo, it was like, is he imagining himself as his father, and that kid is him, and he's kind of like, I was thinking a whole bunch of other shit other than this was like, really, he's like pretending to be somebody else and living this life, and it's just like, what did you guys think about that?
I was kind of, a lot of the fourth season, I was kind of expecting at a certain point, particularly after the time jump, I was kind of like half expecting that to get back to him just being in the electric chair or something, and that's his thoughts of like what he would have liked to have happened.
Wow, all the way back to the prison escape.
Not from that, like pretty much from the time jump. Though they did kind of set up that sort of element a little early on, but I thought, especially after the time jump, I thought the whole thing with him and Sally running away and having a kid, I thought eventually that would come back to him just, being executed, and that was a whole, like, just in his head kind of.
I get that, but then where did the dream part jump off on? Like, did he think that he escaped and really didn't? And you know what I'm saying? And he was maybe captured soon after? Or, you know what I'm saying? Or like what? Because it was like, that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Like what is the point where he veered off the rails and thought that all this happened when it really didn't? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing I'm wondering about.
So you're saying that the whole 8-year time jump didn't actually happen?
No, what he was saying, what he was wondering about, what he was thinking at one point was that, like, he was thinking like maybe at some point it was gonna go back to him, like, getting ready to be executed. But I'm like, where does that, you know what I'm saying? Where does that stop off at? You know what I'm saying? Like where did that dream sequence go off the rails at? Like, does something happen in the escape that we don't realize? Which, by the way, Fred Armisen, it must be said, Fred Armisen in that fucking
I was going to bring that up before.
And
That is probably one of the only times the show has really just straight up leaned into comedy with that scene.
But it's Because it's Fred
Like, he's sitting
Armisen.
there, Fred Armisen's he's fucking just clearly just terrified to be there. He's sweating, he's pouring with sweat. They're sitting there, the FBI is interviewing Barry, he's like, that guy's here to kill me. What? Yeah, that guy, he's gonna kill me. Just keeps cutting to Fred Armisen, just pouring with sweat, just looking fucking... Just... That was so funny.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, Fred Armisen's device blew up in his hand, correct? I mean
Yeah.
that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that because the dude did end up coming out of I didn't think that he shot his own guy, so I was like, okay, I didn't think he shot his own guy, so I wanted to make sure because this show is so crazy sometimes, man.
And that's one of the things I love about the way they handle violence in this show. More often than not, that's the way it goes. Like, there's very few times where things work out perfectly. Few, if any times, really. And it's always just this quick, like, just this instant, just like, shit's just gone wrong. It happens so quickly.
It is funny, man. I mean, and my God. Thanks for watching. Always like the Punisher. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to acknowledge some of the comments that were out there while we still had them and while we were getting towards that end there. But yeah, definitely. I'm glad we brought that up again because that was just it was just funny. I think it wasn't comedy. It was just weird as fuck. Because when you put the backstory that these guys have a podcast, you know what I'm saying? It was just like, and then you realize it was Fred Armisen. It was like, oh my God, bro. It's just like, oh God. When you see him, you know something completely over the top is about to happen. Like that's one thing that I know when I saw him. It's just like, oh God. You know what I'm saying? Once I saw Fred Armisen back, I was like, oh man. Something way over the top is about to happen right now. It's got to. You know what I'm saying? There's no way.
Trying to think of the other SNL cast member they worked in, and it was season 3 when
Chris Parnell?
Sally was trying to pitch a show to, like, after things didn't work out with Banshee, and they had an interview with that chick who she used to play like Miley Cyrus, and she was like, yeah, like the next network her and her agent went to. I think it was before Sally spazzed out on her agent. And just kind of like broke down.
Where they were doing
the name.
Oh, you mean the one they were like, they want something more like
cute chick with big teeth.
It's the one like, yeah, but they want more like, yeah, and you know, that whole meaning, you know what I'm saying? Well, they want more like, you know, instead of more like, you know,
yeah. Like as soon as I saw her, I'm like, we're in for a more goofy scene with this one.
Oh God, I mean, yeah, but that's the whole thing with the whole Banshee and everything that was going on with that. It's just ridiculous, yeah, you know. The whole thing
that was another thing. I loved that scene about the algorithm, where the show was canceled because the algorithm didn't like it. It's like, we haven't no one's watched it yet. It's like, yeah, but the algorithm, you know, it wasn't hitting the right taste centers or something. I can't remember what they called it. It was something like taste centers.
Taste clusters.
Taste clusters. Yes. It's like, but no one's watched it. Yeah, but the algorithm. Fuck the algorithm. Well, don't say that.
Well, yeah, we really commit. Oh, and by the way, it needs to be said. You're right, Charles. By the time we got here, you know, yeah, I was starting to understand where you were coming from because she was a really shitty mother. You know what I'm saying? She gave the fucking kid liquor. You know what I'm saying? Or excuse me, I mean, you know, alcohol.
She's just like, I just want you to shut up. Pour a bunch of vodka into his juice. She's like, just drink your juice. I'll drink the rest of this bottle and go pass out.
Like oh my God, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? She went to the kind of guy that she would want to be like her father, that she would hope that her father would be, but wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Cruising though to try to help with the situation and everything like that, and got into more shit. I mean, which again, you know, that made me like NoHo Hank not so much at that point. You know what I'm saying? When that whole situation happened, kind of made me really, really not like NoHo Hank so much. You know what I'm saying? So, that was kind of and he was pussing out the Fuchs, aka the Wraith. Oh my god.
The Raven.
Oh my god.
Did you like the callback to it was season 2 where Hank had the hitman on the rooftop across from Barry, and he just kept missing him?
Oh my god.
Was that
That's
season
also
2? But like
that's
season
the
4, they had the callback to it.
Yeah, that's also the first time that hitman gets shot in the arm, and then every time that hitman shows up again, he also gets shot in the arm.
Yeah. And then fucking Hank tried to kill Fuchs with that one shot missile launcher. It just was straight over the house. He's like, "Oh, we have to try again." He's like, "We only had one." He's like, "What do you mean we only have one? We're trying to save money."
Oh my god.
And they tried to escape, and
We're trying to watch the budget.
yeah, tried to escape. The fucking driver gets shot to shit, and then Hank tries to run away.
Yeah,
It's just a fuck up. Again, the violence in this show.
and
Most times it's a fuck up.
And before we're done, that NoHo Ball building, pretty pretty spectacular, huh?
It was.
Oh yeah, I mean, I will say that out of all of the seasons of the show, and I'm probably going to get some flack for this, I thought season 4 was the weakest.
I don't know because
I agree. I agree for the most part.
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought
wow. Really?
I thought season 4 was the weakest season.
To me, it had way bigger moments. I mean, for me to see that they were like that, his people were actually good with him being gay. That wasn't even a fucking thing to them. Like it was like that fucking blew my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like that seriously blew my fucking mind. Like the whole time I'm thinking this weird unspoken, like when they find out that he's really like been fucking this guy this whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it wasn't even that. You know what I'm saying? And then the thing that through all of that, and I mean, it was fucked up. I mean, the whole situation with the sand, it was fucked up, but set up. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? The whole shit. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, the whole breakup was just like, oh my god, the Cristobal fucking NoHo Hank breakup was like,
Dude, that was some heartbreaking shit right there.
I mean, but I just feel like I still feel like he was crying over the fact that he knew what was going to happen. Not maybe so much. I wonder, was it the breakup or was it the fact that he knew what was going to happen? You know what I'm saying?
He knew because he was telling Cristobal, it's like you can't leave now.
But yeah, he knew
you
it.
actually can't leave.
But was he crying? I think was he crying because of that so much? You know what I'm saying? I think it was more about that than the breakup. Because he was like sort of like mourning the death of the situation, but he, and so it was kind of like just kind of like mourning the situation but making your peace with it because yeah, it wasn't even a thing of that they suspected him of being able to do anything. It was just like, bro, you're not their people. You know what I'm saying? So you break up and then he's gonna just walk away from this situation. It can't happen. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. So yeah. He just didn't understand.
And that's the thing with that relationship, like I think it was always I always suspected it was gonna be a tragic relationship. There was always gonna be that kind of bad ending. I think it had to go that way.
Because Cristobal was somebody who sought because he was somebody who sought power, but he wasn't really equipped to do what it would take to acquire the power that he was trying to acquire in the world that he was trying to acquire it in. He just didn't. He was really trying to be legitimate off that sand shit and everything like that, but I don't know.
Was you see that very early on with Cristobal, like when that hit goes wrong in season one with Barry and his Marine buddies, and then he calls up the Noho Hank's like superior, and he's like, "What's going on?" He's like, "They're actually like super nice guys. The Bolivians are super nice guys." Because Cristobal's just been like, "Yeah, like it's kind of a shame, like, but this has to be a war." And then the police a little later on was like, "Yeah," and they talked for like 20 more minutes about whatever that self-motivation book was. So he
Oh
was
man.
just like, yeah, he was never that hardcore gangster guy. Whereas Noho Hank surprisingly had a bit more of that in him. He was willing to come up with something like killing all his enemies in a fucking sand trap in a silo.
And here's the thing, okay. All right. Now we finally get to it when Gene shoots Barry. I just felt
Wow.
like, yeah, I just felt like it was like that final bad decision in a series of bad decisions that Gene has made. You know what I'm saying? In the last several, in the last, in these several episodes in this fourth season, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, Barry even was even contemplating turning himself in, and if he turned himself in, Gene would be free and clear. He would have been fine. He would have been able to like they would have dropped all charges against him, and Gene would be fine. But no, Gene was like, "No, I'm going to shoot Barry, and that'll be the end of it." Yeah, but the second he shoots Barry, the charges are still there. Gene goes to prison not only for Janice's murder, but also for Barry's murder. So Gene is a goddamn moron.
That was a mixture of bad decision and bad timing.
And
Yeah.
Had
no,
he been
well,
like maybe 10 seconds later, he would have heard Barry actually saying like Barry resigned like himself to turning himself in.
I think
He'd
mainly,
come to that like, I'm going to turn myself. My wife and kid are gone. I've got nothing left. I'm going to turn myself in. And had Gene waited, like, had he come out 10 seconds earlier, he would have heard that.
I don't think,
I
I
don't know
don't
if
think
he wouldn't, like, I don't know if it would have stopped him from shooting him, though.
because a lot of this started to become after a while about him being the hero, about him being more of the hero in the story than what actually was, and at that
Well,
point,
that's sort of where this whole season started. Gene, like, pushing that false, like, just was I keep wanting to say Jim Ross too now. Fuck you, Stone. Jim Moss. He's like, don't talk to anybody. Gene immediately goes to Variety and then pushes this false story that, again, yeah, as you said, paints him as the
in,
hero.
immediately, well, he did do this whole cloak and dagger thing because I guess
He tried to.
because he understood, because I guess he understood what kind of, what kind of strange fucker, Janice's father was, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, so he was doing this whole cloak and dagger thing, and then fucking, and really
I
just kind
love
of get
that.
it. And
It was like giving, like, he's sending the things like, meet me at this place at this time. And then he gets to like the third letter or whatever, and the guy gets there too early, and he's still like taping it to the parking meter. It's like,
and he's
fuck, you got here quick.
and he's crafted. See, and I think that's another thread in the show, that everybody's trying to craft their story in a certain way. So I think toward the end of this, like that moment where he did that whole one man show, it was him crafting the story, the way he wanted to craft it, and everything like that. And I think that him shooting Barry toward the end was him still trying to craft the story. Ultimately, that'll be told about him. But I think in the end, because of what he did, the story was more crafted. Then the story was ended up crafting, around Barry being the hero of this whole fucking thing. Probably
Yeah.
much to his dismay while he's in prison, but I think that's the decision. I don't know. I think I don't even know if he would have not done it or whatever if he had heard more, because I think he just
Yeah,
wanted to be.
I want to say no. I think he would have shot him either way.
Yeah, the ultimate hero that shot, you know what I'm saying, that shot and took down, you know what I'm saying, and escaped, you know what I'm saying, an escapee from prison. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he felt like that would have been the ultimate thing that, you know what I'm saying, oh my God, I mean, what a cherry on top for, you know what I'm saying, for a harrowing story. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I think that thought process, it was what led to that ultimate bad decision, and ultimately what would make Barry look like the overall hero. You know what I'm saying? When a very likable guy, for sure, but definitely did some terrible things, for sure. But all of it gets crafted and washed away, and he looks like a troubled war veteran that basically gets manipulated by, you know what I'm saying, by a slick, you know what I'm saying, by a slick acting, you know what I'm saying, former actor and acting teacher, but ultimately, you know what I'm saying, protects his, you know what I'm saying, protects his wife, son, and tries to, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, all this other stuff. They really, his son is now able to see him in the way that he wanted his son to see him.
And that's like so after Gene shoots Barry, we're looking at probably what, at least another 5-year time jump.
Um,
I
I
was I would say so. I would say so because the kid
Five.
definitely looks a little, they definitely change his looks, you know what I'm saying, by the time they're in a different place, and she's now doing something else sort of theater wise, I guess, being a teacher. I don't know, again. I don't know. And
Yeah, and then
it's still being really neurotic and weird, you know what I'm saying, with her son, about how, you know what I'm saying, about if he thought the show was good and everything like that. Just real, you know, eck.
but yeah, I love that the way they did cap the entire series with sort of using, it was both a culmination of everything, but it was also still that commentary on Hollywood, where you had this movie that his son was watching, which we saw, let's say, a compilation of like 7 minutes of, something like that, 6 minutes, whatever it was, where it is the Hollywood version of this entire series. The way they just like, they don't really give a fuck about facts. They just do whatever sort of seems to make sense. I guess what they kind of know, but we know differently. And I don't know, just like the sort of hammy way the movie's presented, that over the top kind of style that they went with. I thought it was a good ending.
I mean, because the reality of the situation, yeah, was Barry did go into certain situations and was really fucking people up, special forces style. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
so a little bit of that was happening, but they made it seem, you know, much more dynamic, much more heroic, much more, you know,
much more like Gene is this obvious villain. Barry's this really innocent, just war veteran guy.
but
But
really,
I ultimately did. I was wondering at the end, like when his son's sort of watching the movie, because he obviously knows some shit by that point. Do you think he was like? I was trying to figure out like exactly what he was feeling watching that movie.
I felt like it
Because
was, I felt like it was pride. He seen his father, you know what I'm saying, war hero, you know what I'm saying, war veteran at the very least, get out, like I said, was having some troubles, you know what I'm saying, got manipulated by a guy, but realizing that he protected him, protected his mother and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because he was a younger kid at that point. I mean, how much does he really remember about a lot of that, you know what I'm saying, stuff though? You know what I'm saying?
that's
Does
what I
he
was
feel
trying
like
to
his
figure out.
daughter?
Like I was kind of trying to figure that out because obviously Sally told him a little bit of it. She sort of told him, yeah, these are fake names and we're fugitives and stuff like that, but she didn't really go into it all that much. So yeah, I guess we don't know if she told him anything extra during those years, but I think you're right. I think it was like a point of pride for him seeing his father presented that way, because that's the guy he experienced. Like, despite Barry being paranoid as fuck and them living in isolation and shit, for the most part, from what we see, Barry was always good to that kid.
Well, like I said, you definitely saw that the way he, you know, what I'm saying, didn't want him to go, wanted him around, was very indifferent to his mother. It was definitely a switch up to what you might expect.
Yeah, like it wasn't at all the ending I expected, and I don't hate that,
And
because
I don't.
I had a couple suspicions of how they might end the series, but everything I came up with or that I had in mind was it would have been just too easy. Like, as I said, like the whole like it's him dreaming while he's being fucking about to be executed or being executed or whatever. Like, if was anything like that, I would have been disappointed
Okay.
because it just seems it's too predictable. The way they went with it, I didn't expect at all.
I mean, is that what I mean? I mean, is that a hateable trait? Is that what made? Is that what kind of? Is that a knock? Do you consider that a knock on Sucker Punch, or was the whole movie a knock?
I enjoyed Sucker Punch.
So I mean,
So I'm not. I'm
so
like. I'm not. That's not a twist that I hate. I just. I was just hoping this series would go somewhere different, just
okay,
because that has been used so many times before.
yeah, okay,
Like, I
yeah,
don't think it. Like, I think that's the sort of twist that if it's done right, I don't think I'll ever complain about it.
Are
But
are
yeah, I
you
was just hoping they would go somewhere different with this.
are you talking about Sucker Punch now?
a little bit. We're
Yeah.
just what we're mainly talking about, like we're saying elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? The whole Saint Elsewhere. I notoriously heard about the Saint Elsewhere ending. You know what I'm saying
Okay.
before,
All
and
right.
it's
Well, I'm just gonna say real quick, Sucker Punch is without a doubt one of the worst movies I have ever watched in my life.
based on
I don't
what.
remember it being that bad.
It was a terrible movie that confused the hell out of me, and I felt dumber by watching that movie.
Well, man, you have to kind of get into the fact that you have to understand that a woman, like the thing that broke down, but that people don't understand. Some people don't understand
What?
is
It
that
was
Wait,
it was
am I
Zack Snyder.
remembering right? Wasn't it her like covering up being like raped and shit with these like elaborate fight fantasies?
no. They were dancers or whatever. I don't think they were actually doing. I don't think they were actually doing fucking actual prostitution. I don't think. I don't think it was that. But I think it was more like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Women are distracting, and apparently she fucking like what you thought was happening while she was dancing and fucking distracted and doing such a thing, like this whole mission was going on. Now they made it more elaborate, but as you seen certain things happening, you know what I'm saying, certain things got burned, you know what I'm saying, certain, you know what I'm saying, certain, you know what I'm saying, certain materials and things got taken and things like that because they were doing missions, but it was just way less elaborate than what was being shown, you know what I'm saying, on the, you know what I'm saying, on the screen when she was dancing. And instead of, and you're absolutely right, Almanac 13, those girls, every last one of them looked hot. You know what I'm saying? Of course, but it
That's a
was like,
fact.
like the one girl, Baby Doll, was supposed to be like, her dancing was so fucking spectacular that it was just like, ah, everybody was in like suspended animation and what she was doing, but we don't get to see that because that's the whole thing. We're gonna pull away from the whole, like we're gonna see her dance and writhe around and do what she does, and meanwhile they're doing what they're doing. No, we're gonna create this whole elaborate action scene in her head You know what I'm saying? Or in this whole thing that makes it seem like they're doing way more, and therefore you don't have to worry. You're being distracted from the fact that she's just dancing and doing this or whatever, and being objectified. Meanwhile, we get to see these women over here on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Basically, be depicted as these fucking like badass. You know what I'm saying? Elite units at different situations, fucking kicking ass. You know what I'm saying? And completing missions. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot.
So was that simple? I thought it was something much darker that was being covered up by that.
Eventually, yeah, because
Because
eventually,
if so, now I'm just thinking of Planet Terror, where the guy's like, it's called Go Go, not Cry Cry. Fucking.
I get it. I get where you're going, but the thing is, because it does get dark, because eventually it's a situation where she caused all that trouble as soon as she got in there. You know what I'm saying? And eventually they had her. Eventually, the corrupt little boy played by Oscar Isaac had her set up for a fucking lobotomy. I guess they would call that. I guess that is the actual infamous procedure. I didn't know it was. I didn't realize that it was done quite so brutally. You know what I'm saying? But I guess at one point it was. But eventually it was that. So it was like it wasn't this whole thing of they're fighting the aliens and they got these guns and they're doing all of this. It was just to keep you from. It was this whole thing that was built up like eventually she did all these things, which eventually led her to being basically set up for that brain procedure. So and like this whole thing was just an emanation in her mind. But what actually happened was, they were dancing, they were doing this stuff, and you know what I'm saying, they were being exploited in this way. I don't know if it was any sex going on, but it was all of this happening. But she was, in her short time of being there, she had basically tried her best to escape and everything like that. And they were working with her to try to escape, and eventually one of them did escape. You know what I'm saying, and everything like that. All of that actually happened. The details of the whole situation were a little bit, kind of like that. It was sort of like a clever female empowerment movie that was gonna kind of focus less on them being strippers or cabaret or whatever the hell that was going on, and more about them being a badass elite unit, you know what I'm saying, that was trying to fucking work their way out of this place,
May have to watch that again. I've got it somewhere.
Yeah. I
remember buying that. I think I bought that for like $4 at some point.
I do believe I own that too.
Okay.
But,
so, did you guys finish talking about Barry while I was gone?
Not really. We were still on it. I mean, we were still feeling like that last part that, you know what I'm saying, that where we're talking about like what the feeling was from the son and how much did he retain? How much did he really know? You know what I'm saying? At that point of being when he was younger and he was still on the run to what, you know what I'm saying? Because maybe that was the whole thing. Maybe she kind of kept him away from the whole attention of everything and what was being said. And finally, it was like him and his friend and whatnot. He's staying over his friend's house. And they got that movie now. It's like, MC is it's got to be the shit. You know what I'm saying? So, so apparently it was something that she was trying to keep away from, I guess. It was sort of like a touchy subject. That's his father. He died and everything like that. And we're trying to figure out, so now he finally gets to see, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the story? And then the story that we know, and everything like that, it becomes this thing that's more heroic. Now we know a lot of the details have been blown up, you know what I'm saying, and everything like that, and embellished. But it's still a great thing, you know what I'm saying? That was done for Barry and everything like that, and so that's what we're kind of talking about now. What did you get a sense of what was being felt and everything like that by the son? You know what I'm saying? In the last episode when he saw the movie, I felt like it was pride. I felt like, you know what I'm saying, it was, you know what I'm saying, feeling like his father was a hero, like he wanted to be. Like eventually he died being able to create the person that he wanted to be, you know what I'm saying, for his son. and everything like that.
He's buried with full honors in Arlington
Yeah,
Cemetery.
private first class. So actually gave his ranking and everything like that. So, you know, oddly enough,
But just
that's where I ended up. I was just close to being promoted to specialist, and I think I closed out being a private first class when when I left the Army National Guard.
so you had you had a different life trajectory. You could have actually been Stone Berkman.
Maybe. Give me a quick second, because I mean I don't know. Can you guys hear music reverberating right now?
I hear something.
Yeah, I
Okay,
hear something too.
yeah. Give me a moment, please. I know we're almost done with this, but I mean just give me a moment.
Just to go back a little bit from the very end, Charles, do you want to talk about the true tragedy of the finale?
Yeah, the death of NoHo Hank.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of heartwarming that when he was lying there up against Cristobal's statue, he reached out and grabbed the statue's hand. Yeah.
Yeah, it just sort of slowly, slips away,
Yeah. It was
letting you know that
heartbreaking.
he's gone.
Yeah, it was heartbreaking. But is
The
there
whole
any other
sequence, like,
is there any other way that NoHo Hank could have gone out?
no,
No. Yeah. I don't think so either.
like having him just sort of disappear, I think would have been kind of shitty for him.
Yeah.
I think he needed to like he'd been involved in this thing for God knows how many years. I
Yeah.
think it always had to kind of end somewhere like that, but at least it wasn't just a as even if though it was only a statue, he didn't die alone.
No, he didn't.
But that fucking whole sequence where Fuchs is trying to get him to admit that he killed Cristobal, that
Hmm.
was brutal. On an emotional level, that was brutal.
Yeah.
He's just like, all right, listen, we'll give up this whole thing if you just admit that you killed Cristobal. He's just like, dude, no. Like,
Yeah. It friggin' sucked. Although that whole fight scene that was happening at NoHo Ball, yeah, the guy that had his leg blown off, that was pretty spectacular.
it was.
I'm
I think
surprised.
this,
I'm actually kind of
you go.
surprised that that Fuchs, or should I say, the Raven.
The Raven.
Yeah, yeah. That he just decided to give Barry's son back to him. Just like didn't do anything nefarious, just gave him his son back, looked at Barry and just did a nod and then just rode right off into the night.
It pretty much just, I don't know if he quite ran away, but he just sort of disappeared into the darkness.
Yeah.
That's kind of been their whole relationship. Like once things kind of went south,
Yeah.
that was pretty much their entire relationship in this show. Like there was a bit of back and forth with like, oh, you're gonna fuck me over, oh, I'll fuck you, and but ultimately, like there was some kind of deep connection there,
Yeah.
which I was glad they didn't. I that's another thing. Like when I was watching, I kind of thought it would be one of the. I thought maybe Fuchs might kill Barry, or Barry would kill Fuchs, or whatever. But no,
Nope.
they stuck true to that relationship all
Yeah,
the
they
way
did.
through to the end.
Yep, they did.
Because as many times as Fuchs tried to fuck over Barry, I mean, season 3 was probably his biggest attempt at it, but I don't think he ever wanted to do that.
No,
Which
and then
is
that there was that whole moment where Fuchs pretty much confessed saying that for years he was like pretending to be a soldier even though he never fought in a battle in his entire life, that he pretended to be a mentor, and that it took all the beatings he received in prison to finally realize who he actually was. Yeah,
The
and
Raven.
yeah, the Raven.
Oh my God. Well, I do have to say that that this show was definitely a confirmation to me that I would like to see some more of Bill Hader. I would like to, I definitely think there's some shit from documentary now that can be once again that could be brought up. So that could create and oh my god, I just feel like there's so much content, and I feel like this is if this is any indication, I think he should definitely be given some other vehicle, to work on some other project, some other project to work on because I think he definitely knows how to blend. Should he do something? Should he do something more? I don't know. It definitely had its moments to where it even was willing to drift off from the humorous side a little bit and get a little bit more serious and get a little bit more
Mm.
intense and things like that. So, I definitely seen where it didn't always feel like it had to keep always to the balance all the time because again, sometimes life isn't like that. So I definitely enjoyed the full entire effort. I think the cast is, is definitely great. I just think I don't know. Let me see. The black characters. You know what? I'm just gonna. You know what? For this one, I'm just gonna leave race alone. I seen black characters in there. It is what it is. It's a weird world. We can't always be always intermixed. It can't always be a melting pot in every situation that there is. It just isn't. So I'm just gonna leave the fucking, race situation alone because there wasn't anything to be, tripped upon here. So I like everything that it was. So I don't have any complaints.
I will say season 3, I think, is probably the best performances I've ever seen out of Bill Hader. Like season 3, where he's really unraveling, but he's still like trying to be himself. Like he did amazing with that.
I don't know that scene with him and Albert really had an effect on me. Albert coming in really had an effect on me. First of all, Albert coming into the situation had an effect, and then the scene with him and it was an Albert out in the desert. That was really, that was really something else there. You know,
Yeah, where he just like that, where he just completely broke down.
Yeah.
like man, it was just. A great 4 seasons of, of story being told there. It was definitely something. I just wish there were, there were ways. That's why I feel like some of us need to be here because some of these shows will just go on because there's so much content out there, and some people might still look upon it, with fondness. But a lot of people will just move on to the next thing, because sometimes you got to be like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seasons in to really gain that sort of stature to where people will talk about you for years and years down the line. But a show like this, I still feel like was very, very well done. Very, very. I mean, he showed the humor, the realness, the overall value that having complex characters like this, that having a a gay character in here like this that's playing a gangster, in this situation. It just brings another element to the situation that's fun. You get to like this person, you get to not like this person, and none of it's about their gayness at all. You know what I'm saying? It's all about who they are and their actions. Within the content, it's all. It's always about that, and the fact that there is, and it's always. And how can I put this? Because I don't feel like there was a whole lot in the way of like sex scenes and things like that on either side. You know what I'm saying?
No, not really. Like
Except
at all, actually.
except in the way of leaning more into the comedic aspect of it when I'm saying when the hit was being set up. You know what I'm saying, with Ryan Madison. It was just like, other than that, it just really wasn't a whole lot of that. You know what I'm saying? So you just really were able to see relationships that are formed, with people. You know what I'm saying? You know what's happening. You know what happened between him and Sally. They had a kid. You know what I'm saying? So you know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? You know what's happening. They're laying in bed together, watching, watching movies, oh, no, researching houses, I think, or whatever, Cristobal and, NoHo Hank, So sex, of course, it's implied, but they're dealing more in the relationships. They're dealing more in the connections and the interactions more than the sexual part of it. And I think when you do that overall and you balance on both sides of that, you get a situation where you're able to see a humanized relationship between, two people of the same sex. And it's not it's not this whole thing of being recruited and being indoctrinated. It's just, genuine interaction and genuine relationships, and how complicated those situations can be, at times. I just think, like I said, a very well done show overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, go ahead.
You go.
And again, in respect to Charles, I just want to make sure, I just wanted to be able to cover everything, but also be in respect to Charles, who's been up for, several hours. And, we definitely want to make sure that we keep respect to that. But go right ahead, Charles. Go right ahead, Damian. Sorry.
Damn it. What was I going to say?
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
See, I wanted this to go.
I know. I think I was just going to say, there's a lot of, very natural sort of progression with relationships, a lot of heart with these things. In places you wouldn't expect necessarily in a show like this. Like, you would typically expect them to sort of go a bit more superficial with things. But they went deeper with it in a very natural way. And I like that. This is a show, I knew I would like it. Well, I pretty much knew I would like it when I first started it. But this is the sort of show I can see myself watching every few years, just going through the whole thing.
Seeing Bill Hader, and seeing that show, I've seen it, and I've seen the dark comedy. I'm like, I don't know, man, Bill Hader. I'm just like, But then I got to watching, like I said, documentary now, and I just got to see, the range of the fucking talent, you know what I'm saying, and what was being done there, and tired of gay as a character. I'm sorry. So let me just see this real quick. Tired of gay as a character. It's I'm fine with it, but come on, 6 Feet Under. Do
you ever see 6 Feet Under?
It wasn't my thing, and not because of any political or woke bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But
that was a great show. Michael C. Hall from Dexter was, I think it was David Fisher. He had his boyfriend was Keith, who was a black cop, and that was another great relationship that I remember seeing. It was just another one of those ones where it's they weren't really just being look, it's gays. They're gays. Look how good. Look at the gays. It just felt natural within the context of the show.
No, and you're not, no, and trust me, you're not coming off as an asshole. It's conversations, and we're willing to have them. You know what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make is that NoHo Hank didn't come off as a character to me. He really didn't. He really didn't come off as a character to me. As a gay character. It became to realize that, okay, he truly was gay. It was just another added element to his complexity. It wasn't like everything that, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't everything that he was, you know what I'm saying? He was well more than that. You know what I'm saying? And he's representative more than anything of a new era of a certain old world, you know what I'm saying, style of things, you know what I'm saying, also too. You know what I'm saying? The other guys may not have been gay, but they also were just, you know what I'm saying, of a different era. It was just, you know what I'm saying? You see how certain people were still kind of connected back to that. But then most of the other guys, they really weren't. They were more, you know what I'm saying, they spoke, you know what I'm saying, they spoke English, they were more into the pop culture shit, you know what I'm saying, they just weren't gay. So the one element about Noah ain't being gay. It just played into the storyline between him and Cristobal and this whole thing with. It was just it's just funny, like the old saying, "Strange bedfellows." You know what I'm saying? I guess it just kind of plays back to that old saying. You know what I'm saying? The situation of warring, you know what I'm saying, of warring underworld collectives and things like that. I mean, all of a sudden we get these strange bedfellows here. I mean, it happens. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it's kind of saying. It happens in different ways. It's not always the way that you think. You know what I'm saying? That's life. And I mean, I'm glad that it was depicted here. You know, and I'm just, you know, just I enjoy. It was a great decision, and I think we have in large part we have Charles to thank for this. So thank you, Charles, for this one. Great call, buddy. Great fucking call on the show suggestion. You know,
It's actually my suggestion.
Yeah. Damian suggested it, and then I agreed with it because I also wanted to watch it.
but you stuck. But
Someone else said no. Fuck that stupid shit.
And Charles, see, and that's why I kind of give Charles some credit, because I read messages where he kind of stood up, you know what I'm saying, and kind of just, hey, I'm watching Barry, I'm gonna fucking fuck that, I'm, you know, and everything like that, you know what I'm saying. It's like, yeah,
I remember that, and I was like, I've got hope that we can watch Barry now.
he stood up.
Charles was like, I'm gonna watch it just to spite that other guy.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, I didn't say any of this shit.
But to go back to what Stone said a couple minutes ago about pop culture shit, did you guys notice who played the gangster Del Toro in Barry
Yes.
season 4?
Of fucking course.
Toro. I already
Of
gave it
course.
away.
Yeah, I was like,
It was just
oh,
Toro. But my Del Toro. It's like they're very creative with the name.
It was like, as soon as he showed up on screen, I was like, hey, I know him. That's fucking
That's that
Guillermo
guy.
del Toro. Yeah. I
I'm
was
just
like, I know him.
there's a whole article. I fucking looked that up. I fucking started asking the question in Google, and then there's a whole article on that. Was that really Guillermo del Toro? You know what I'm saying? And Barry, I'm like, wow. So I'm not the only one who fucking looked at it. Was like, okay, is this really happening?
Yeah, I was totally geeking out with that, like for like the entire episode. I was like, oh my god, we got Guillermo del Toro in this shit.
Because I think they mentioned the name first, and then he popped up. I was like, oh, it's him.
At first, I was suspicious. I'm seeing them, even when they're sitting down there and they're talking, and I'm looking at them, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Like, what's happening right now? Like, I just don't like what's happening. And then fucking, oh yeah, and then we fucking forget. By the way, I mean, we cannot end this without making sure that we mention one of Jim's favorites, all-time favorites, Mark Paul Gosselaar. You know what I'm saying? Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell fame. He was in, you know what I'm saying? He was in on this show. You know what I'm saying? He was on the Laws of Humanity. He was.
He was the lead of the show.
The lawyer, yes, Humanity.
That was fucking. that was a stroke of genius. That was. Like, for such this bullshit lawyer show about a guy who's always trying to do the right thing. My name is Humanity. Fucking.
Now, see, that's the way you end. That's the way we close out a show here. Now, that's the way we close it out. Too awesome. Too fucking awesome, by the way. I just, that was just, I almost let it get away without, without mentioning that. You know what I'm saying? Just, yeah. Gotta mention a guy named Humanity. Okay? Gotta do that. Gotta mention Zach Morris. Gotta mention that.
Oh, boy.
Like I almost wonder if he was sort of like playing into that lawyer show that he was on before with you know what I'm saying, with old guy I forgot the name of that damn show. But it was old boy that was in Clueless way back, and they ended up being lawyers together and shit like that. I fucking forget the name of that shit. You guys remotely remember what I'm talking about?
I couldn't tell you the last time I saw Clueless.
What's the name? What's the guy's name that plays Humanity?
Mark Paul Gosselaar.
Mark Paul Gosselaar. Okay. Mark Paul Gosselaar.
What was it? Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Franklin and Bash.
Yeah. That's the show I was thinking of. Yeah, but I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yep, that was the one. But yeah, maybe playing in on the hokiness of that show and everything like that. Who knows? But again, great way to end it out, folks. I mean, again, we enjoyed this. Again, I mean, shitty variations. There've been plenty. Before we close out, I mean, in a humorous way, I like that. There've been plenty. There've been, you know, what I'm saying, the shitty variation of, or someone's adaptation of Nightmare on Elm Street. You know what I'm saying? Rob Zombie's adaptation of Loomis and fucking
Oh
his
yeah.
Halloween movies. I mean, there have been shitty ones out here,
When
no
are we
doubt.
when are we going to be discussing the Halloween movies?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, we could. I mean,
Start next week.
as soon as you like, I guess. You know, we can get on it. You know, it doesn't.
Okay.
We definitely don't got to wait for Halloween to do it.
Yeah.
And we were thinking about doing one movie a week.
One movie a week. Okay.
So
I'll have
we'll
to find. I'll have to find some way to watch them. But
oh, it should be
I imagine
simple
they
as hell.
should be pretty easy to get somewhere.
Yeah. And we're doing, and keep in mind, we've been roped into all or nothing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we keep that on our minds, that we've been roped into all or nothing. That means every single variation of this damn series.
Even the bad ones.
Yep, every single one.
So we've got what are we looking at? Like
No, it's no bonuses, no
13
gaps.
14 movies? What are
Okay,
we
it's
at this point?
Okay, let me see. Halloween 2, Season of the Witch, was that the
Four.
Return, the Curse. Well, 6, no, 5 was,
It was
okay. 5 and 6, H2O.
I think six was the last like numbered one, right?
In a way, because you have H2O, and
Yeah.
then Halloween Resurrection. Yeah, I mean technically Halloween H2O because the 20-year, you know, whatever. But yeah, technically yes. Resurrection. We have Rob Zombie's Halloween, then Halloween 2. So so then we had a sort of gap in the continuation with a number at that point. Then we have Halloween Kills. No, Halloween Kills.
And then Halloween ends.
Dies.
Halloween
Yeah.
ends.
It was not
So
dies,
what's-
ends.
It ends.
So
Halloween
what's that at
ends.
last count?
Yeah.
Where did we get up there? How many?
I would say 11. Okay, 6. H2O, Resurrection, Rob Zombie Halloween 2, Halloween, Kills, Ends. So you were right about it, right about 13.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll be doing this for a while, folks.
Yep.
We might get to We might
Switch out.
almost get to Halloween before we, we might actually almost get to Halloween by the time we end the Halloween review, and
Yep.
then right
Pretty
right
fucking
around
close, yeah.
and then well, we'll be doing the right thing because we'll be connecting right into Saw, which was another Halloween staple for a good few years. You couldn't celebrate Halloween without a new Saw movie coming out at one point. It
Yeah.
was it was like that. It was like that. It
Now
was
we just need
it,
to figure out the show for next week.
the
Yeah,
theme.
I would love to watch the Saw movies again because holy crap, they were fun. Even the bad ones were fun. And also, man, good old Betsy Russell. Oof.
Hmm. So he likes the Scream Queens. Charles likes the Scream Queen.
Who doesn't like a Scream Queen? I mean, come on.
I mean, look, let me tell you something. Jamie Lee Curtis. I
Jamie Lee
seen,
Curtis is the original Scream Queen, man.
but there's particulars, okay? Like now, when she was in Prom Night, now that oh my God, peak. You know what I'm saying? When she was in Prom Night, I stumbled back onto that movie and watched Prom Night. Oh my, peak. Oh my God,
You're talking about the original Prom Night.
with Jamie Lee Curtis in it. Yes, peak.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
she
right.
was.
You're not
she was-
talking about the remake. All
oh,
right.
that doesn't have Jamie. That has Jamie Lee Curtis in it.
I don't remember. I know. I
Definitely wouldn't be peak. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is my. I mean, unless we're talking about close to, unless we're talking about True Lies time, maybe she still might be peak. Now she was kind of peak in True Lies. No.
Yeah. That scene with.
Let's
with
not
her
even.
on
Yeah.
on the bedpost. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, she was kind of peak then. She was MILF peak. She was MILF peak for sure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Should
saying?
we just review that scene for like 45 minutes?
No. Trust me, there's plenty more like her role in fucking
1 second. I'm getting a phone call.
okay, like her role in fucking Trading Places. There's plenty of things. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but as far as a show, God, maybe we should start thinking about what the theme is. We're doing Halloween. We're going to be reviewing the strong. I mean, we're going to be reviewing, I guess, because the thing about Halloween that was probably most interesting is the storyline. You know, from one series, you know what I'm saying, from one emanation to another, it was, you know what I'm saying, it was like storyline focus. More than an adjustment in Michael Myers, it was an adjustment in the story itself. So, and it's about like, do we go? I mean, because we seem to still be. This is not so much an adaptation, more than it's like maybe we need to look into something that was redone for television. Maybe we need to find a show that was maybe like you know what I'm saying, like resurrected for television, that maybe was a movie, and maybe kind of switched up the television possibly as something that we can attach onto our next week's show. Just something to kind of get into our heads to start researching.
Off the top of my head, you've got the Scream TV show, which I think was an anthology. Hannibal,
Okay.
which comes from, obviously Silence of the Lambs, etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ash vs. Evil Dead.
Okay.
Sure, there's something I'm forgetting. I don't know. We'll have to look into that.
Okay, I mean, and maybe, and maybe in respect, because I mean, you know us, man. We love our fucking Evil Dead and our fucking Bruce Campbell around here, but I just want to vary up because I mean, do we want to make it all horror? Or if that's the way it falls. I mean, that's the way it falls. But I mean, with us doing the Halloween movie, do we want to do something kind of heavy horror based? You know what I'm saying, in the show that we're watching too.
Well, if you guys are willing to watch the Hannibal show again, I could be down for that because I watched that show and freaking loved it.
Okay.
I've never seen it, but always wanted to. So
It's very good. It only got 3 seasons though.
Okay. and that's the thing. I mean, we could consider it. I also just putting it out there, but then again, it doesn't work with the theme. So let me just I don't know. I'm gonna take some time. I'm gonna take a step back. We're starting to get the theme developed here for at least the next show, and I'll just take some time, but I'll maybe a day or two, and I'll try to come back at you with some what I'm saying, with some suggestions pretty quickly, so that we can get on it and start having some things developed.
Sounds good.
Well, I mean, if you guys are good and are running on fumes and want to close things out, I'm willing to.
Yep, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I don't have much left at this point.
Okay,
Yeah, I got nothing, dude.
understood. Well, I will say this once again. Bill Hader, kudos, and Alec Berg, kudos to you guys. You guys made a great show. I wish that, you know, I wish that certain legendary status or whatever didn't have to be based on like elongated, stints of shows, 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons to be seen as like a truly great show. I really wish that the content itself played more, played more of a part in what made a truly great show that stayed on people's memories for a long time. But, regardless, hopefully we'll be around, and if we can make enough of a living, enough of status on our own right, then maybe we can keep stuff like this alive and keep the memories of shows like this alive that really gave people, really gave people quality television, quality, well, not quality television, but quality overall content, whether it be on television or internet or whatever, but just giving quality content overall for people to really enjoy, but also think about, have some conversations about, and things like that. Really kind of examine certain things in the world and in each individual's culture for the most part. So,
Yeah.
and that's
I do
where
love that
I'm.
things are going that way, though, where shows aren't overstaying their welcome. If it's done after 4 seasons, it's done. Kind of,
Yeah.
sort of more taking note of what British TV shows do,
Yeah.
where it's like
absolutely.
just go out on top rather than overstaying your welcome by, let's say, look at Supernatural. Overstayed its welcome by many years.
Yeah, it should have ended after 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Oh, well, as we
Great
get
shows that just got dragged out until there was nothing to drag anymore.
Okay, well, as we get closer to Halloween, maybe we can discuss that, and things like that.
Yeah,
So
there's plenty to like rip on that show, on how long that show went, and how completely unnecessary it was.
well, I mean, then that could easily be a conversation about the Bible, but I guess another conversation that he had. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't mean to make these little jabs like that, these little one-liners. I'm just
It's true though. The last like 10 seasons of Supernatural were the angel versus the devil versus the angel. Fucking just this endless just repetition. And that's why that show got boring.
Yeah,
it
that's
was
all
like,
it was basically.
we, the undersigned demons of the Satan management, we're taking over here now. They're not doing what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? We're taking over now.
And
You know what I'm
things just
saying?
wouldn't stay dead in that show. They brought back Lucifer like 4 times?
At least just based on what I saw.
Yeah. Oh my
I
god.
got it.
Though the guy who played Crowley, probably the best devil there ever was.
I gotta say, the upper management. I gotta say the upper management though. The upper management, they were like, I mean, we're talking about God. Okay, so who was the other? Okay, so Crowley was the devil.
No, he was a demon that took over hell when
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
absent.
like second in charge / first in charge kind of thing.
But it seemed like they really handled themselves like billionaire CEOs. You know what I'm saying? God and fucking. Well, Lucifer was like sort of locked up, right?
Oh no, he was locked up. He was in a cage.
So he was doing fair time. Okay, I get
Yeah.
that. Okay, he was doing
But
fair.
no,
Yeah,
no.
he was,
Your
okay.
little comment, your comment about like demons basically being like executed and everything, Crowley specifically had a comment about that saying, "This isn't Wall Street, this is hell. We have a little thing called integrity."
There you go.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Also, hell owns the moon.
Oh
Well, you know,
yeah.
and then God, and then, so basically, you know, so okay, so of course, like Lucifer was doing Fed time, and then God, he was on a spiritual retreat. You know what I'm saying? Hippie
No,
shit.
no,
Burning,
no.
Burning Man.
God,
hippie shit.
God
You know
just
what I'm
fucked
saying?
off for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, God was basically a wannabe writer who decided to be an absentee father and be
How was I wrong? How was I wrong just now? How was I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not. God
Burning
is
Man, hippie shit. He was writing hippie shit. You know what I'm saying? And you know, doing traveling and like I don't know what was worse. I don't know what was worse. The God, the God in Supernatural or the God in fucking Preacher. I don't know which one was worse.
I haven't seen Preacher yet, so I can't say.
Oh my fucking God.
I was just talking to Charles about this yesterday.
We might have to do Preacher. We might have to fucking do Preacher.
I want to watch Preacher again because Preacher was fucking cool. I love that show.
And that was based on a graphic novel, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, we might have to fucking do Preacher.
The creator of the Preacher graphic novel is the same guy that does the Boys graphic novel, Garth Ennis.
Who might be my favorite writer of comics and whatnot ever.
Yeah.
That guy makes some great shit.
Preacher was fucking awesome. I love that show, and I would love to watch it again. It was great.
So I'll definitely put that on. That's still a semblance of, you know what I'm saying, of a adaptation or variation of sorts. So I'll
that got what, 4 seasons, 5?
Yeah.
So you know, just put it out there, folks. And I mean, so unless we have any other, those were my last words. We're working, folks. We're constantly working on making the shows better, on being better, on bringing content that people, you know what I'm saying, hopefully we will always try to keep our eye out and always try to keep ourselves connected in the things that people are watching now, should be watching now, but maybe just certain things we still want to recommend things that people should take a review of. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you know, there are certain things that are that are worth just kind of having conversations about. That, you know what I'm saying, there are things that connect into even now. I'm sorry, religion will still connect into even now. The more dynamic leaps and bounds that technology and science is making. You know what I'm saying? Fringe was having that conversation several years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's a conversation that we can still have, you know what I'm saying, right now. Just kind of letting you know where our minds are going here. Just so you know.
All right. Well, just to let you guys know, I do actually have to head out. I have some things to take care of.
We're closing out.
Yeah, so if you guys can take care of the closing of this, but for now I need to head out, so you guys take it easy. Everyone who's been watching, thanks for stopping by and watching. I will see you all during the next show. For the two of you, Stone and Damian, always a pleasure. And I will see you guys next week.
Awesome. Have a great day, so.
Hope you like the new setup.
Oh, I like the new setup. It looks great.
Alrighty. Peace out.
Yep.
And we're going to be doing much of the same. So, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll, you know what I'm saying, converse backstage like schoolgirls still. But I think we've been doing a 4-hour, almost 4.5-hour show. Enjoy it, though. I mean, fucking enjoy. If
you sit just right, you almost blend with the background. Almost
me?
like it seems like you wearing the... Look, if you sit just right, it almost seems like you're wearing the armor. Just gotta line it up properly. There you go.
Anyways, man.
I gotta say,
always enjoyed that show. And by the way,
I can't do it.
I never realized that that's a picture that I've always fucking enjoyed, a painting that I've always fucking enjoyed back there behind you, man.
Which one? That one?
Yeah, the one of the diner and whatnot. I've always that's Norman Rockwell, right? Or am I?
I think you're right. Yeah, but it's like a in hot water version. It's got like Aaron and Gino and stuff in it.
Oh, okay, awesome. Pretty nice, pretty nice. All right. But I would just say, man, enjoy the show once again. I just can't believe I'm doing show this long and just fucking enjoying myself the whole entire time. Great
I
content
feel
being
like
talked on.
if I couldn't see the timer, would not have thought it's been nearly 4.5 hours.
Wow. Yeah, I can agree with that. But definitely enjoy my time. Definitely know the day's got to start. This can't, you know what I'm saying? We can't do this all day. You know what I'm saying? You got to
Yeah,
get some sleep.
my day's gonna end. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get some sleep. So, people, we enjoyed you once again. Please, 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 please. You know what I'm saying? Keep supporting us. We'll keep getting better. We'll keep evolving. We'll keep doing what we got to do here, folks. I mean, we're trying. So just, stick with us. Let us know what we can do better. And we'll always try to be better. But we'll always enjoy ourselves. You know what I'm saying? At the base of it, we always are going to have fun and enjoy ourselves. But we're always going to try to bring good content. So just keep working with us and we'll keep being here. So have a good one.